something? Moving communication from Discord to Matrix in her organization, and there will be an Ask Me Anything UX session from Nadine in the backstage. The backstage is the stage in the back. The brunch over there will be the whole day, so if you're hungry, then just eat something. T-shirts. If you have bought or ordered a t-shirt and didn't pick it up, you have to do it now or before at lunch. Okay, because then we will give the people which haven't ordered the possibility to get a t-shirt by themselves. Wow. What else? Is there anything else? If you have any question, then please ask the people which now raise their hands. They can help you. Kim, raise your hand. Oh. Anything else? You can join the space over there. That's the Matrix space for that conference or for that summit. Who will be here tonight for the barbecue? Okay, I think then we have enough to put on the barbecue, but we need some salad. Oh yeah, tomorrow there's the hackathon day, and we will do some Weisswurst breakfast, Oktoberfest situation. Who is in here that we know how many sausages we need? Okay. Did I forgot? No, I know that I forgot something, but what did I forgot? Okay, then I think we can start with the second day today. Have fun!
Okay, I don't know. Should I just start or? Yay! Then maybe we can turn the music off. Thank you. Yeah, good morning. Thank you all for being here so early. Yeah, this talk was inspired, or actually I wouldn't be here if I wouldn't have hung out at the Matrix tent at the camp a couple of weeks ago. So thank you for whoever motivated me to give the talk. It wasn't you? Yeah? Okay. No, I think, yeah, it was Ben. Yes. So thank you. And it's going to be more of an anecdote than like an actual talk. I hope that's fine. Also, I moved yesterday and I had 10,000 things to do, so this might be more improvised than you would expect. But I hope it's still going to be interesting to you to find out what problems, challenges, and maybe funny things can happen when you try to move an entire organization's communication from one platform to another, while also being an extremely open organization that doesn't really force anybody to use one particular tool. But yeah, let's go into the details a little bit later. First, maybe a brief introduction about myself, if this thing lets me. It does not. Okay, then maybe like this. Yeah, I work at the Ethereum Foundation. My name is Franziska. I've been there since March 2020. I do many things there that are hard to describe in a couple of sentences, but basically joined there in 2020 to contribute to the Solidity team, and this is also what I've been doing most of my time there, building up their communication infrastructure, bridging between the compiler team and the users, etc. But then also eventually, roughly 1 year ago, started to do more things for the organization as a whole, especially supporting development teams with any kinds of organizational needs that they might have. In the Ethereum Foundation, we also have different client teams, tooling teams, etc. So yeah, a couple of different development teams that require help because the Ethereum Foundation is a rather flat organization. We have roughly 200 to 250, depending on how you count, contributors. And we have almost no hierarchy, so that means there is sometimes maybe a need here or there to do some cross-org facilitation, etc., because we have no middle management or other cross-functions that you would expect in a normal organization at that stage. So I am, helping the organization run smoothly, and maybe this is also why I felt the need to help them introduce the Matrix, but more about that later. In my free time, I also contribute to the Department of Decentralization. That's a non-profit organization which organizes a couple of events around education. We host ETH Berlin, a hackathon. We also just recently, last week, organized our first protocol work, which was an ecosystem gathering for different distributed ecosystems and infrastructure, where we talked all things technical, and we also organized GirlyCon a couple of years ago. And there we also try to really not use any proprietary software, so we don't even, except for, I think, the actual conference slides, use Google or anything, and our stack there was PreTalks, Pretix, CryptPad, and Matrix. For this community, it's much easier for us to use Matrix because we just basically force the people to use Matrix. So there's no Telegram info channel, or even the volunteers need to coordinate on Matrix for us. So that basically makes it easier in a sense to really convince people to move there. And generally, I am interested and enthusiastic about free open source software and privacy. A couple of disclaimers. I am not a developer. I am not part of our DevOps team, which was ultimately the team that brought this server up to life, I think together with Jan. And I was not involved in the configuration part of this server. So whatever I say here, and maybe if I don't have the right technical information, I'm sorry. And also all opinions are my own. And yeah, I was also not officially tasked to introduce this to the EF. This was more of a, I don't know, hobby, passion, whatever thing driving this in the back. And last but not least, of course, I will share a couple of funny screenshots of our Discord communications or other things that I also, of course, anonymized. But it's really not meant to blame any particular person or anything, but just to give you insights on how hard it can be to introduce something new when it's nobody's first priority to do so. Okay, so what do you need to do in order to get your organization, in our case, which currently runs on Discord, to move to another server or to another service, in this case, Matrix? We have to travel a little bit in time. It all started, or maybe not even started, but the discussion came up again in 2021 in the EF Discord Tech Talk channel, where a colleague of mine said that he had downloaded recently all the data that Discord collects about you and CC'd me in there because we had several discussions about already using other communication tools that might be better than Discord for our organization. And yeah, again, of course, I took the initiative to share with everybody that, yes, they store everything and they even also have DMs unencrypted. So that's not great. And we thought maybe this could be our chance to kick off a little working group around what would it take for us to move to a different tool and what are our requirements. Because of course, as soon as you have an organization that runs and is big, you don't want to just use a random tool that maybe doesn't do the job properly, right? So the first step, in my opinion, were to do a list of required features or some sort of structured assessment. What do we need? And maybe which encrypted open source tool can do the job for us? And luckily, a couple of people were interested in this, and the conversation kept going in this Tech Talk channel. And we were discussing over a couple of different options that we would have on the table between Rocket Chat and Matrix, and I think MetaMost, or I don't know what other things were also presented there. But I think it was also ultimately Ligi who said, Matrix works, why not try to use Matrix? And we said, okay, let's start a little working group around that and let's try to push this initiative forward. Maybe we can set up a test environment in which we really try to replicate all of the functionality and everything that the EF Discord server currently has and figure out, is there anything missing for us? And yeah, I also, of course, also tried to shill Matrix a little bit because there are lots of people who were not happy about this direction in the EF, who said, Discord is great and I have so many other Discord servers as well, and also I used Riot in 2015 and it sucked so bad. So yeah, we really had to make people curious again to try it out and to really convince them that things have changed for the better. And yeah, so basically we decided, let's do it. Let's do a little free open source software alliance and try out Matrix, and let's see where this goes. So then there was the next step, an issue in our DevOps repository, where we said, okay, we need a Matrix server, and there was only one problem, and the problem was, if you look back at the issue, this is non-urgent. Remember, this was 2021. So yeah, what was initiated then was basically this multi-year long process of chasing DevOps everybody who has interacted with a DevOps team before, or maybe is on a DevOps team, please don't kill me. Of course, they have lots of things to do, so I don't blame them specifically. It was not marked as their priority, right? So it's literally not their fault. But yeah, it became kind of my task to bump and bump and bump this issue. I just copied a couple of these things because they were really so ironic. So it was already in progress, moved back to do until after DevConnect in 2022. I'm like, it is after DevConnect now. Can we move it back into in progress? And yeah, basically continued to have these discussions here. My role mainly being, what is missing? How can I help? Is there anything I can do from my side? Can I maybe create a list of things that are still missing here? And then ultimately, I think, when was it, August 30th, 2022, I wrote, hey, all, sorry to be pushing this again, but I really don't think this item is low priority anymore. In the meantime, we also had discussions in other chats around, I don't know, Discord fucking up. And I mean, I don't think I need to list reasons here why it's not good to have all of your company communications in a tool that can literally shut you down in the next second, and then basically all of your everything is gone, right? So I said, I don't think it's low priority anymore. Let's please get this done. Yeah, and then again, in March, I said, okay, so what's the timeline? What are the open issues? Oh, by this time, we had already set up the server, but it was only for DevOps, and I and a couple of other people who were lurking around there and trying out things. And yeah, I felt the need to, again, be a bit pushy on, like, what are the missing steps to make this happen? By this time, I think we had decided that we will not move communications as a whole, but we will bridge our Discord server with all important rooms to a Matrix server, which will have the exact same strategy, so which will really mirror in a space with subspaces our structure from the Discord, so that people really feel there is the same experience on the Matrix side, or almost the same as on the Discord side, and then they can just use whatever end of the bridge they like, and hopefully it will be so frictionless that nobody will even realize that there is a bridge between those two. Of course, for us, like more hardliners, this was a compromise, because then all the encryption features, etc., you basically don't have, because you bridge everything to Discord again. But at least we were saved against a couple of points, mainly being data loss. Also, people who didn't want to use proprietary software like Discord wouldn't be forced to use it anymore. You could also, and our vision was basically that step by step we could move towards Matrix, hopefully convincing people that this UX is actually better than it used to be in 2015. And so this was agreed on as the gradual transition. Yeah, knock knock, it's Q3 now in July. What's happening? Are there any blockers from our side? And then eventually in July I said, okay, I will now just define a date. Nobody's defining a date, I will just do it now. So I said, what about August 1st? Maybe we can get this done. Was also awkward for me because, again, I didn't have the official mandate here, but I felt like eventually somebody needs to do this. So I did it. Yeah, and then we came up with a matrix guide. So we said, okay, what is still missing? Definitely some sort of guide. Yeah, so a description, how does the bridging work? If you want to get set up on the matrix side of things, what do you need to do? And then also for people who wanted to dig deeper, why matrix? And an FAQ section, which would also outline, should I use Discord or matrix? Why do we have both, etc., etc. And that matrix guide was done by DevOps and I in a collaboration, and I think it's actually a really nice guide that came out of it. And yeah, then basically our DevOps said, once the matrix guide is done, I will make an announcement on Discord. And then there it was on August 4th, so only 3 days delayed to my date, but roughly 2 years, or no more than 2 years after we started discussing this. There it was, the matrix server and our EF space, which was mirroring the whole experience from our Discord server. Yeah, and we listed the guide, and we also said how to join. So that was great. And since then, at least people who want to only use Matrix, they can do so. So I really, for example, reduced my Discord usage to, I think, opening it once per day, because I'm still in some sort of a support function. If people write me there or whatever, we will come to pain points later. But at least I don't have to have it open in the back anymore. Step number 2, make Matrix feel like home. I already mentioned this before, but we really try to come up with an experience and with a feeling that people feel like, okay, I know this, I know the structure, I know these rooms, I know where I am, and also to tackle a couple of known UX problems that you have with Matrix if you have a lot of rooms. So I worked together with our designer, Tomo, and he came up with a really nice, I think this is not even the final version of the system, but he came up with a nice icon design system that basically you would know in which subspace you are by the icon and in which space you are by the color, or yeah, I don't know, basically defined a couple of criteria here, and that would help you to know which room it is without always reading the room names. Of course, we also tried to structure the room names with prefixes so that if people sort them by alphabet or so, they don't have a super cluttered home space experience. And this is how it currently looks like, and I think it looks very cute. We have the Ethereum Foundation basically main space, and then in there we currently have like 2 subspaces, Matrix only and Discord bridges. In Matrix only we currently have Matrix specific feedback, but of course we are basically open to adding more channels as people want more channels that are not bridged to Discord. And then basically everything below Discord bridges is replicating our Discord server. And then it's again subdivided into spaces, exactly how we have these little sub sections in our Discord server. So internal, fun, operations, teams, regional, etc. And I think that works fairly well, and at least for my experience, I didn't have any issues with it so far. And then step number 3, convince all your colleagues to switch from Discord and Matrix to Matrix. This is definitely the hardest part of all the 3 of them, even though DevOps took a long time and making it usable is also a bit difficult, but this one is the hardest. How to make people move to a new tool. Yeah, as I mentioned, I think in the beginning, teams at the EF can choose freely what tools they want to work with, especially within their team, including the communication tools, right? So the only basically one home that we have for all of the EF is email. Everybody has an ethereum.org email, and this EF Discord where people can talk cross-team. And now the EF Matrix, obviously. So people who were onboarded to the EF, they know the EF Discord to be this primary tool of communication for cross-team and org-wide topics, and maybe also to reach out to people that are not in your team. So we really had to initiate a mindset shift that now you could do the same things in Matrix as well. Some technical teams luckily were using Matrix before. So for example, me and the Solidity team, we only use Matrix, and we use Matrix for like as long as I joined, and even before that, because before that they were using Gitter. So, and they were doing all of their daily development coordination, etc., all on Gitter and on Matrix. So for them, this was actually a win-win, because now they didn't have to also have Discord open in the back, but for everybody else, it takes a longer time. So at least some technical teams, they were already really happy about it and on board immediately. But everybody else is new to Matrix and needs to be convinced to do the switch. So basically, and here you see a couple of sections from our Matrix guide, where we really try to structure it in a way that people who are curious can learn more and can also learn how to get started. Yeah, in there we have a couple of sections that are a little bit opinionated, probably to the Matrix side of things, but basically, should I use Matrix or Discord? Why do we have EF Discord and EF Matrix? I think especially in the should I use Matrix or Discord section, Again, everybody is free to choose their preferred tools, but I saw it a little bit as our task also to do the educational part, right? So many people were shocked, surprised, didn't know about the fact that, for example, DMs are logged in clear text in Discord. I really hope nobody of them, and maybe also of my friends or acquaintances, were sending, I don't know, passwords or sensitive information over Discord, because literally everything is stored in clear text. It's insane. And there was this funny quote from privacy, so I was trying to collect reasons so that I don't need to write everything myself. Luckily, there are really good posts on why not use Discord as a free open source organization or project from, I don't know, Stallman to I don't know who. There are a couple of really good blog posts about that available. And then also this post in our privacy where I only copied the summary or the too long didn't read. Discord is a data-hungry company that gives zero shits about your privacy, security, or anonymity. Nothing is safe, everything is logged, and not a single thing is encrypted besides your password. That sounds nice. So yeah, I hope people are reading this and are starting to make the move. And then step 4, alleviate pains and polish the experience further. So in our case, there are currently still a couple of things that I think are suboptimally set up and can probably be tweaked and perfected. The bridge bot, for some reason, sometimes misses messages that are posted in Discord and fails to publish them on the Matrix end, which results in conversations that are very one-sided. So one person speaking to themselves, reason unclear. I flagged it to DevOps several times. I think they have increased the frequency of checking or pings now. Hopefully this makes it better. We don't have bridged DMs right now. There is a solution for that. They are currently looking into switching to a different bot service or bridging service, this Matrix Discord, which can then hopefully enable DM bridging as well, which would be great so that people who really don't want to use Discord anymore, they don't have to fear that they are missing out on DMs. No bridged emoji reactions seems like such a small thing, but honestly, emoji reactions have developed into this, especially when you do like full org communications, into this kind of messaging or it's a good way to get a feel of has your message been read? What were the reactions without people really responding to it? And currently we have a lot of emoji reactions on the Discord side and not so many on the Matrix side. So that's sad, even though it seems like such a small thing. And also, we currently don't have an automated onboarding experience into the EF space. This is something that in the beginning we wanted to have, but it was buggy. And then we said, in favor of launching this thing now, we will not have it and then look back at what is not working well. And unfortunately, it hasn't been resolved yet. So the idea being when you create a new account on the EF server, that you are automatically pre-populated in a couple of into the EF space, first of all, and then maybe also into a couple of relevant rooms like general, random, I don't know, so that you don't always have to join them all by hand. And especially, I think the experience currently is suboptimal because you log in via currently Google SSO into the server and then there's nothing. And maybe if you are used to Matrix, that's okay, but especially for our colleagues that we try to convince to switch there, it's not a nice feeling. And then currently you need to be added manually or invited manually into the EF space, which is something that I think can be optimized, and we're working on it. There are, of course, solutions out there. I think Parity, for example, has this Matrix admin bot, which is free software, which we could probably use. Yeah, this is not a new thing for you guys, I think, but encryption is difficult for newbies. Could not decrypt message. I got so many screenshots of people not being able to read anything, not being able to log in anymore, not knowing the concept of sessions and why is the one session verified and the other not. So it is difficult. And I think it's this chicken and egg problem because we want encryption and we want the encryption to be, of course, managed by the user and not by the third party because then it's not proper encryption. But yes, it's difficult. Notifications are buggy, so sometimes they don't show up, and then also often they just stay and don't go away. And I think that is annoying to a couple of people. And no multi-account support in Element. So you could now join the EF space with your personal Matrix account, then you just get added to or invited to the space, that's fine. But I also kind of like the idea of splitting up my private conversations or my private Matrix business and the work business. So I created another account with the ethereum.org Matrix, and now I have 2 accounts. And currently I'm using this hack that you can of course run 2 Matrix clients. On my Mac that works fine, and on my phone I have Fluffy Chat, which has multi-account support, and for my colleagues I recommend doing that currently on the phone. But of course there's also other hacks. You can also just have 2 different clients for the 2 different accounts, etc. Yeah, and generally this concept of multiple clients, browser versus client, the concept of sessions, I've mentioned it before, and the encryption of the different sessions. I think all of this, we find this cool, right? Oh yeah, I can choose my own client, that's great. But for people who are new to this whole universe, it's very confusing, and we really try to ease the pain, but yeah, if sometimes they don't think, or they think it's embarrassing to ask, right? So they try to figure it out themselves and are confused. So let's look at the current adoption rate of the EF Matrix server compared to Discord. This will be painful, but bear with me. We have roughly 200 people in the EF Discord and roughly 30 people in the EF Matrix. Why? Yeah, so I think firstly this needs time, more people will come, especially people that we onboard now. We can onboard them also directly to Matrix, and I think we should really use this opportunity. Generally, people are afraid of new tools. They have been using Discord for all their time, and they now don't have the time or the nerves or the whatever to switch to another tool. Lots of projects in the blockchain space use Discord. It's really gross, I don't know why, but basically that of course also makes people use Discord for the EF because they already have 123 other Discord servers. What can we do to change this? Yeah, of course, educate on the pros of Matrix and especially on the shortcomings of Discord and other tools, because people really don't know. I think it's sad that most people don't care, but I think as soon as they know, they care more. So it really matters to be that person who is annoying them about how shitty Discord is. Continuously work on improving the UX, and I think this is twofold. So in the EF case, we can still do a lot of things to tweak the experience that are not on Matrix developers or on Element developers, but then also, of course, looking forward to trying out Element X and other things that will hopefully make the experience more seamless. Yeah, be a role model, so really try to be this person who actively moves communication towards Matrix. In our case, I mean, Solidity team was already on Matrix. For my other team, team support, this team that helps all kinds of teams in the EF, we moved all our communications to Matrix, and our team members were all fine with it. That was great, and we had, I think, 2 or 3 people who were new to Matrix, and they now get used to it, and they, again, also tell other people, so has this cascading effect. Yeah, one last point regarding blockchain space and Discord. I made this tweet also a while ago about DAOs. Maybe you know them, decentralized autonomous organizations. I like to call them Discord administered organizations because basically they are all just a Discord server and nothing more. That's annoying, and I think everybody who is involved here, we can make the change. We just have to yeah, lead by example, I guess. And that's what we're trying to do, for example, with the Department of Decentralization. Lastly, learnings and recommendations. I think if you now would do this for your organization, there are a couple of things that you can consider or keep in mind. ensure that the Matrix server setup is a DevOps priority. If this is somehow possible, maybe talk to the leads or whoever is up in your hierarchy and convince them, and then have them let DevOps know that this is a priority, because then it's probably not going to take 2 years. And also have a person in the DevOps team that is responsible for the Matrix instance moving forward, so that whenever you have problems, there is somebody who can look into it and who has the time allocated for it. Yeah, making people move away from the tools they usually use is hard, and I think nothing really will change this. Bad experiences from the past really stick so much. I've mentioned it. I used Riot 5 years ago. It was so terrible. It was such a bad experience. I'm never trying Matrix again. This is kind of sad, because I feel like once you burn the users with this early product, it's really hard for them to take a second try. People don't have the time or the nerves to get used to the new UX and new workflows, so the closer we can make it to whatever they have been using before, the better. And yeah, practice what you preach, try to really onboard new people into the everyday work, go the extra mile and make sure that they are all set up. And yeah, don't get annoyed if they ask you silly questions, but really try to be there and help them. I think that's it. If you have any questions. I don't know if there's time for questions or if you have any. Okay. Should we take this one?
Hi, I was wondering what the notification bugs were that people were hitting, because I don't think we're aware of any at the moment on the core team.
Yeah, I am hitting some myself. So basically, when you have a notification in a room and you click on it, it just doesn't go away. And I'm not sure if this is maybe a problem with threads.
Start notifications, yeah, very aware of those.
Yeah.
But it was like push going missing on mobile. Or
No,
something.
no.
Okay, yeah, no, that's a very, very painful point, right?
Yeah.
We're trying to fix it.
Okay, great.
Someone else?
Oh, what does the evaluation of the Matrix Discord look like right now? Is that just someone is kind of tentatively offering to transition to that?
What do you mean by evaluation?
You mentioned you were considering this alternative bridge for Discord, which is that other Matrix Discord bridge. So is that something that's being actively considered?
Yes, they already tried. So DevOps already tried to install it, and they ran into some issues, and now they are figuring out what the issue is. But basically, due to the fact that it has DM bridging, we would want to switch there.
Yeah.
Once we resolve the issues.
Cool. That's all.
Do you actually use end-to-end encryption in your bridged rooms right now?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why we have this like encryption space or matrix space. There we use end-to-end encryption, and of course for DMs and for any new rooms. The nice thing also is, of course, this was only the EF space, which now recreates the EF server. But for example, for this team support, we now created our own space on the EF server, which uses end-to-end encryption. But yeah, for the Discord bridges, no.
You showed a FAQ page. Is it available on the web? Or
The
like
one from the
outside of-
Matrix guide?
Yeah.
No.
Would you consider publishing something so that other projects can use the pros and cons?
Yeah, I mean, I would love that. I'm all for transparency. I don't think there's anything sensitive in there, so why not? I would need to check with DevOps if we can do that, maybe replicate it and publish it somewhere.
Yeah, that could be helpful to other communities.
Hello. At the beginning, you mentioned a feature comparison between different tools.
That might be interesting about your assessment. Are you willing to share those assessments?
We didn't really end up doing it as structured as I wanted in the beginning. So there's no such matrix or anything.
Okay.
But I would also find that very helpful. I'm not sure if it's maybe out there already.
I'm also observing this movement in the crypto space since I think 2 years now, but I haven't looked closer into it in the last half a year. Is there some more movements away from this Discord? What did you call it? Discord automated organization?
Discord administrated organizations. Honestly, I just quit because I was so annoyed of it. I deleted all my Discord servers. The spam and it's insane what happens on Discord. It's really insane. So the only servers that I have left is the EF1 for obvious reasons. Unfortunately, I think for example, all core dev servers, so the server where Ethereum developers from different clients, etc., coordinate, is also still on Discord. There have been numerous discussions. Why not move to Matrix or to other things? If you go to the forum there, I think there are a couple of posts about that, but nobody moved it yet. So I don't really see people moving away from it, except for privacy projects. So of course there are some nice projects. NIM is on Matrix. I think the Tornado Cash community is in Matrix. So everything that is more really around privacy, they know, and I think they have Matrix servers or communities at least.
One more question. Did you move chat history too? Or did you just bridge at some point and start getting the history from there?
I don't know. I
Can you
think we
search
only
backward?
bridged. I think we only bridged. But Jan is thinking.
So in the beginning we did some backfilling,
Yeah.
but I don't know if it was in the production server then.
Oh, but also about search. This is actually a good point. I think search really doesn't work well in Matrix. This is really a pain point.
Someone else? Okay, then thank you very much.
Thank you for listening.
So, as you can see, there is someone behind the bar. Get your drinks, because in 8 minutes we will go on with moderation on Matrix from Nico on that stage. And what? Oh, sorry. From Nico and MTR Nerd. And on the stage over there, we will have a deep dive into Timmy with Michael. Is Michael here? Ah, perfect. Okay, have fun.
So sind die oft.
Hello? Now you can hear me. So, as you might have noticed, there's actually no Anmoderation. That's actually missing. So, we are doing the moderation now. And that's right our topic. We are doing moderation on Matrix. And moderation can be severely lacking there. And yeah, that's we're basically just telling us a bit about our experience, the different tools you can use, and how they might help in different use cases and such.
Yeah. So, yeah, let's start at who we are and why maybe we are kind of qualified to be able to talk about this even. So I'm MTR Nord. Some people might know me from a long time at Matrix. Yeah, I'm doing a lot of stuff. I recently started to work on Dropnir with Knuxi together and hosting Dropnir for All, which is like a free hosting for that moderation bot. And so I kind of started getting into this software side of moderation a little bit and gaining quite some experience in that field.
I'm mostly known for being noisy, which is why I know moderation from both sides. And I also maintain the Neko client, which you might have heard about, and I'm part of the community moderation effort, which you probably haven't heard about. And I also maintain the unofficial N2 community on Matrix and a few of different projects, and yeah, I do at Family, and I can do UI. So if you ever wondered about that, and if you need to contact me, my MX ID is there.
So, who of you ever dealt with moderation in any kind of capacity, or, yeah? Okay, that's more than I expected from, based on what I heard on Thursday, but okay. So, yeah.
What are we trying to talk about? We're not talking about how to moderate your home server, because we all have small home servers because we're enthusiastic about it stuff. So the only people we could ban are like my mother or something, and that has its completely own consequences, and that's not really something, like that might be a different topic that we could talk about, but that's not what we're covering here. And also we don't really have experience with communities over 10,000 people or something. Like my rooms are usually only around 1,000 people or so.
So, yeah, as said, or did we say that we're doing basically 3 groups? We're starting with a personal use and then scaling up in the topic. So, exactly for personal use, we're starting at ignoring users. Like the most basic feature Matrix has to self-moderate if you're not a room moderator, but for example, you find someone on your room you really hate and just don't want to read anymore. That's where ignoring users is a right known or right implemented feature in Matrix. It's yeah, essentially the client-side equivalent of redacting someone else's messages, and it's still very useful. As an admin, you're actually probably never going to use it because that's defeating the point somewhat, but especially if you have the option to ignore, and sometimes the code of conduct doesn't align with your perspective on things. It's
the problem there is that if you ignore a user, then the server hides all the messages of that user for you, which is if you are the moderator of a room and you ignored someone because they sent rude pictures in some other channel, then you will not see that when they send those messages in your rooms where you are the moderator, so you can't react to that and ban them or something. So this feature needs to be used carefully if you actually also have to moderate community.
It is server-wide?
Well, it is for your user. It hides all of the messages of that user.
It's per user. It's a list per user that you're basically filtering out a certain user out of your local.
It's not server-wide in that sense. Like if you ignore the user, it's not hidden for all of the users on your server. It's just hidden for your user, but across all of the rooms that you are joined.
Yeah, the other big thing Matrix has is like the reporting button. You can click on the message and say, let's report the message. But sadly, currently, it really comes with a big catch, because it's not going to call the room admin. It's going to call the home server admin, which in many cases is just the wrong address to send it to, either because you're self-hosting your server, so it's going to land in a database on your own server, which is pointless, or you have encrypted rooms. There are no decryption keys, so a home server admin can't read the message. And yeah, that's the current problem.
Usually what you want to do if you see some abuse in a room and want to report that content, you actually want to message the moderator and tell them about that content. Because if you just you have your own home server, you click the report button, then the report just gets sent to yourself again.
Yeah, and a side effect of that is actually a lot of people don't even know the table exists in the database. So it's even worse that people who could use it will never even see these reports because they are lost into the void, essentially.
There's some integration you can set up with Mjolnir or Dropnir, where it then actually will tell you a message about it that someone sent a report, and you can click on a button to ban that user that not that sent the report who was reported, and or redact the message. And you can also configure it to like have the trusted reporter, but we'll talk a bit more of that later. Now we're moving into some more advanced topics, which you might need to apply if you're moderating a community and not just for yourself, focusing what messages you want to see. Usually when we talk about a small community, we mean something like a project room that you have where like a few people join to ask questions about your projects, and you're usually the only moderator in that room. Maybe you have a few friends that also help out with moderation.
Off-topic room for that project, like let's say 3 rooms or something is like what we're targeting here. And the most easy starting point is just use the client-side features. All clients have to able, or all somewhat with some development at some point had kicking, banning, muting or ignoring people, and all the very basics you expect from basically any messenger. That's obviously there. There's also often when you are kicking or redacting a message, there's like a reason field. Element Web is showing that, where you can type in a reason why you did that. On the other hand, especially Element Web is not showing that reason. So the use is also limited. It might more be something power users are seeing in the end. And yeah.
Like if you ban someone for a reason, then sometimes that ban reason isn't actually shown to the user, so they don't actually know why they were banned. And the same as with messages, that sometimes the other user can see, so you always need to be aware of when using those tools that when you supply a reason, they might never see that.
Yeah, and before they go, the other point, which also comes up later again in the next bigger group, is if you're using them, your identity obviously is bound to the action. So your name will be on the ban event. It won't be anonymous, which might be something you're after at a certain size.
Another thing you can also just use is if you see, okay, there are lots of people joining my room suddenly just to spam it, the first thing you can do is just make the room invite only. Then they can't join anymore, and that's usually the spam wave then passes after some time. So that's an easy way to mitigate something like that, which you can do from your client. You can also do some more complicated setup where you require them to already be in a different room before joining your room, which protects against a lot of spam, because many spam users are just registered just to join your room and spam something. And so if you require the user to also have been already in a different project room of yours, then they won't be able to easily join. And that's especially useful for something like an off-topic room, where you might want to only people talk off-topic there when they also were interested in the project before. Or you can also ask them to knock when they want to join a room, and then you need to explicitly approve that they can join the room, which can also lead to spam, that just a lot of people knock on your room. And as you know, if 100 people knock on your room, that gets pretty loud and annoying quickly, but it can prevent them from actually sending messages into your room. Something else you can do is you can ban a whole home server. Like if you know that see that all the spam is coming from one home server right now, then you can just in Element Web, I think, has a special configuration page to enter that. But there are also other tools to enter them, which we'll talk about later. And there you can ban a whole home server on the network level. This means that it doesn't include something like backfill or so. So if a different home server received the spam already, they will federate it forward to you. But if all servers applied it at ACL then, which is they usually do when it's sent in the room, then it prevents that server from sending anything into your room.
There's also the catch if you have a home server that's pretty new and doesn't even have all features yet. there are cases that those servers might leak messages to the banned users because they are not applying this ban. So.
And also, of course, you can apply it to everything. Most of our spam users come from matrix.org because it's the server that everyone uses. So also the spam users use it. But of course, I can't just ban matrix.org because there's valid users on that. So that's not a tool that you can use very widely. And you should also be very careful when using that. At least nowadays, you can't ban your own home server anymore, which used to be possible, and then you got a funny message in Element Web after it happened the first time that, congratulations, you just made this room unusable or something. Now this doesn't really quite scale because if you have to moderate many rooms, then quickly the client-side tools, they are just not enough anymore. It needs a lot of manual interactions, especially if many users are joining and spamming. So there is tooling for that. Mjolnir used to be the go-to standard there, which was developed by matrix.org, which you had policy lists to, but also there's now a mod, the maintained version of it is currently Dropnir, which is basically took the code and improved on it and added some new features and also tried to simplify the UX a lot.
Yeah, it's basically a continuation, and it's also done by essentially the same person or part of the same team that worked on Mjolnir, but it's now out of that matrix.org domain, which gives some freedom and allowed for some more changes in certain areas.
But we'll go a bit more into detail what the things that can do later when we talk about bigger communities. A small interjection here about usually when you get spam because someone had open registration on their home server, you usually want to fight it at the source. And I think that's a topic you know the most about.
Yeah, but that's not really straightforward currently in Matrix. It's one of the probably most complicated things in moderation, finding the right person to talk to. It's impossible, quote unquote.
You can't really just send a DM to Postmaster on some Matrix server. That's usually not set up.
Yeah, there is an MSC for that. There's always an MSC for our issues. And this one is by Halfshot. It's essentially you're adding a piece of JSON to the well-known directory, which is already used for delegation. So it's usually in many servers already present. There are some edge cases with that where you can't have that due to hoster restrictions. And that one allows you to, for example, say, here's an email address, talk to our support team, or here's the room, or other medias of communication where you can delegate the support process to.
So who of you has that set up already?
Well, I have.
That's about what I expected. Who will set it up after this talk? Well, it's already 3 people. That's worth like quadrupling it at least.
The current process is kind of like you're starting out probably looking at this JSON file if you even know about it existing. That's the first place many people that are already deeper into moderation probably will look there first. The second thing usually is, especially bigger communities have help rooms or general rooms or DevOps room or something like that, which you can talk to. Some people have their blog posts on the same domain, so there might be a contact form or an Impress or something like that where you find an email address. But if all things don't help, maybe someone else knows. So you're asking quite a lot around to be able to find someone who might be able to talk to. And that still doesn't solve essentially the problem because they still might say, yeah, no, I'm not dealing with that.
One thing I usually use is if the server is listed as being public and you can register on it, it's often listed in some public server directory, like joinmatrix.org, and usually there you have to already do some verification to end up on that list. So that's also an avenue you can sometimes use to contact a server and maybe tell them, yeah, your registration doesn't have a CAPTCHA, and someone has used the script to register 100,000 users on your server to join into my rooms, and that's causing a bit of a problem.
So yeah, the short way to say that is you just have to do your research. It's not going to be easy, and it's probably going to stay like that for another while before we really have a good way of doing that.
Now, if we already talked a bit about Mjolnir, but now when we're going to look at what tools do we have for medium-sized communities, and there you basically currently need to use Draupnir, Mjolnir, something like that. Because one of the important things it doesn't show that you banned someone, but it just shows that the moderation bot banned someone. Because often if you ban someone, you make that person upset, and then you get a lot of DMs spammed or personal hate tirades against you. Someone's going to make a YouTube video about you and tell you that you're using some weird socks and other stuff that I don't really understand, but that exists about me, and a few other people that I know. So usually want to, at a certain scale, hide who's the actual moderator behind the decision, so that there's no personal vendetta against people, and it's just maybe against a project, but that's easier to deflect and not be affected by it.
And on a technical side, it also allows you to propagate a single ban actions across like a whole set of rooms, or maybe across different communities.
And you have to be aware that when your community has a certain scale, then your rooms become interesting for spammers, because if they join it and then post Telegram links to their crypto stuff or whatever, then they reach a lot of people. So the bigger you are, the more you have to focus on moderation, and it becomes a whole job on its own. We already talked about a bit, so we can probably skip this, but yes. Draupnir is just a bot for using moderation. How can it look like? For example, why does it? Well, it doesn't start from the start. No, it does loop. If you want to ban someone, you just tell Draupnir to ban that user. Then it will ask you, okay, do you want to add this to some policy list? And you can just, with a reaction, tell it, okay, just add it to this specific list, add this reason for the ban, and then this list then takes care of propagating that ban across all of the rooms that you use this bot in. There are actually public lists that you can use. One of them is the CME, Community Moderation Effort List, which tries to only have obvious spam that probably everyone wants not to have in their room. So there's no COC decisions in there, just if someone is impersonating one of us. But also the obvious one is why we have the list, is like if someone's just spamming gore images, spamming mass pings in rooms, just spamming the same message a few hundred times, joining a lot of rooms to spam the same message. That's what usually ends up in a list. So it's pretty low risk to add that list. There are also other communities that share their ban lists. For example, the matrix.org lists are shared, but they usually contain some code of conduct violations. Like if someone was disruptive in a discussion in Matrix Spec, they end up on the matrix.org list, which might not be someone that you actually want to ban, because you might have a different moderation approach where you would discuss this first with the user and try to get them to change their approach. And then if you add that list, that user will be banned in all of your rooms, and you have no really way to opt out of single bans. So it does have some risk to add a policy list to your rooms, to your moderation bot, and it also has the problem that if someone gets unbanned on one of your lists, if you unban it on your list, your bot will apply the unban in all of your rooms. But if someone else unbans someone on their list, that unban doesn't federate into your rooms, because it can't tell if you banned the user in your room just manually, or if it was banned by the list. So it can't propagate the unban, which then causes the problem if your like send a message in between a spam wave because you were discussing something, then you might get added to some ban list, and you're suddenly banned in the Arch community, for example, and you have to message all the moderators of the different bots to get unbanned in the rooms, which is very tedious and annoying, and which is why you need to be really careful to subscribe to a list that doesn't do a lot of mistakes.
Essentially, all lists are rated the same in a way. There's no obvious way currently to say this list is default, but this other list is going to override things easily. So
it collects all the bans from all the lists and then applies them to your room. And
yes.
What the bots can also do is that they, as we already mentioned, reports just end up in your database. But if you're running a home server or something, or you have a few users on your server that might notice spam, then you can set up the bot to handle the reports, and it will then either send you a message that someone reported this message for something, and you can then click on a button to ban that user or just redact their messages. But you can also set up a set of trusted users where if they report something, they probably meant it, and it automatically then tries to ban or redact the messages of that user, which can be useful. What they also have is they have specific protections, like there's a lot of automated spam that looks the same. So what you can, for example, ban a specific word, like all Telegram links, and then everyone who sends a Telegram link, they will get automatically banned. They don't usually get added to the ban list there. There's an internal protection list, because if you automatically ban someone, there are bound to be mistakes, and banning them across the whole network might not be what you're after. You can also ban someone for just, if the first message they send into a room is an image, that's very typical of spam. And there's also, there's a join wave protection. If there's like a few hundred users joining your room, then it can also set the room to be invite only or something to protect against this wave automatically, because maybe you were sleeping. For one of them, we have there is the ban propagation also. Like if you manually ban someone, as you can see here, then the bot will actually message you, did you want to ban them also in other rooms? And then you can just say, yeah, do that for me, and it will propagate the ban. That makes the interface to interact with the bot a bit simpler, because you don't need to enter a command to ban someone. You can just ban someone and then have it propagate. But of course, it has the downside that it's not anonymous anymore.
And you still have, again, the issue of your name is attached to the initial ban, which might or might not be what you're after.
There's also, if you ban someone in your rooms and you're not on the server that's actually the spammer, then it can happen. So, example, if matrix.org has an outbound federation delay, we'll just assume that now of 5 seconds, and someone spams messages at like 5 messages per second, then you will have the problem that once your ban arrives at matrix.org, they will have already sent more messages that your server will not accept them, and you will never see them, but they are on the matrix.org server. So what you sometimes need to do is have moderation bots on multiple servers, so that you can actually delete the messages that all the matrix.org users can see, but nobody on the other servers, because they got the ban immediately. And that's just a problem of being eventually consistent, but not everything synchronous.
That's especially bad if we had a case where a server was taken over, like we had a public registration and somebody didn't notice that, so the spammers used it. So as the admin wasn't reachable in time, we decided to just ban the whole server for now until we can reach them. And we had the same issue, but it's a lot harder to solve with a server ban, because as soon as you lift it, all the messages are flooding back in, which you also don't want, but you can't delete them on that server before, because that server is still banned, so you're a little bit in an issue there, and it's really hard to solve those issues sometimes manually.
So what can you do if you have a community and want to moderate it? the first thing is just check the client tools. Do they cover everything you need to do? If that's enough for your community, then you don't need to go through the effort of setting up complicated tooling, because that also takes time. And if it breaks, then you have to deal with that. And that can sometimes be more effort than just using the ban button in your client.
Yeah, and the next step is obviously going to have a bot. There are different ways to do that. I, for example, now last week decided, hey, not everyone is going to be able to host themselves or doesn't have the time or doesn't want to do it. So why not make that thing everyone can just go to that page, read through the documentation. It tells you to basically send an email. I'm going to approve it, and you have a bot. That's about it. It's fully featured. The only real difference is that it's provisioning the bots, so you don't have to self-host it. But apart from that, it's basically the same thing. And the hope is that it's going to be a little bit more accessible to smaller communities, because those usually don't really have a server, or if they have, they might not have the capacity to moderate or, well, not moderate, but to DevOps the bot, because it's like a lot of work to sometimes set up, because it has some edge cases still. It's not quite perfect always, but usually it's fine. But you still need someone to be able to look at it, and not everyone can do that or wants to do that.
Of course, if you hand out moderation to a bot that's not hosted by you, there's certain risks associated with it. You might not trust the person who runs it. You might not want to give that the highest permissions to ban everyone in the room, which might include yourself. And also, it might just be a scalability thing. If you have like a really big home server already and it has to do a lot of stuff, you might want to host it to yourself so that you can ensure that it scales to the things that you need to do.
Yeah, and even if we didn't really talk about it, because we are not self-hosting big communities, we are only self-hosting for ourselves, but there are, for example, Synapse has a module API to integrate this ban list at the federation level for that server, which might for bigger communities be something they want to look into or adapt.
Yeah, like the policy list, we mostly just talked about banning users on the policy list, but you can ban a whole server on the policy list, but you can also ban rooms, which is very useful if there's like a spam room that everyone always gets invited to. You can just ban that room. You can also do this manually on the Synapse admin API, but you can also have the bot like apply it, and that protects all of the users on your server from getting invited into that room.
You can also, I believe, Synapse and the module Mjolnir and Dropnir are bringing this. It's currently the same thing because Dropnir doesn't have a developer for Python yet. So if anyone wants to step up and update it, it would be really nice. But essentially, it also has the option of preventing invite spam, which is a real issue on some Matrix servers, because the user bans can also be configured to also prevent invites from the users on that list.
But in general, there's a fairly good guide in the repos of the bots, which goes over all the moderation commands. So usually you want to also read that so that you know about everything you can do and how to exactly do it. What can you also do? You can just talk to other people and see how they handle stuff, because not everything is always shared publicly. And there's a lot of tooling that's developed that you might not hear about. Like there's tools to actually edit all the bans across your different rooms in the policy lists in a UI and stuff. There were multiple projects that did that. We didn't name any particular one because we don't know how the maintenance state of that is. But there's a lot of tools that you can just find in Twimroom, or might find other people that can help you with your problems.
And there's also a very active, kind of hidden community, like it's a bubble in itself, which are working on this tooling. And they are at least trying different options. There are a lot of options that will probably never will be seen by the public because it just didn't work out. But there are people really enthusiastic about building or trying different solutions.
What do you mean with the read the laws?
basically, there's always the aspect, Matrix, as all places, isn't a lawless place. So one of the key points we are not really able to talk much about, but we have to, I guess, to mention that you have to still stick to the laws of your server or community, because you can't just, for example, have a COC that violates the law and stuff like that. But it just has to be mentioned. That's something like you have to prepare yourself for moderation. You can't just, it's not, at some point it's not really that you just can blindly start it. You have to inform yourself before you decide to moderate or talk to people and just read up on stuff.
One thing I already mentioned a bit sometimes was this community moderation effort. That's just the name of the group that I'm involved in, which is just a lot of moderators of different communities. It's a few internal rooms that we use to talk to each other, and maybe if we see, okay, someone is spamming in one of their rooms, we can collaborate, and that way we can much more easily handle spam waste. Because what we notice is that a lot of times someone starts spamming in one of our rooms, and then the spam just moves on to the next room and just down the public room list, for example, in matrix.org. And that way, most of us can already know about it ahead of time, and we can just collaborate with, okay, this is the same spam wave, we just add them all to our list, and we don't need to have be moderators in each of the other's rooms. But of course, this cooperation is very hard because moderators have very strong opinions on stuff, and they don't really align across different communities. That's why they are different communities, because they have a different set of values, and they have very different approaches with how to handle moderation and stuff. And that's why we have only one ban list that we actually share, which is for the automated spam and stuff, because we can't agree on any code of conduct that we would enforce across our different communities, because all of that is very subjective. And so a lot of the time, having to admin that group feels like you're dealing with a herd of cats that are all fighting in different directions. But we do sometimes collaborate on stuff, and that's tooling development. We trying to develop different tooling that makes the moderation of communities better. One part is that we help a lot out with is the Draupnir stuff currently, but we also have a lot of different projects that are not quite something we can show off yet, because a lot of stuff doesn't really properly work yet, but we have a lot of ideas that we are working on and hope to make then the moderation experience better on Matrix. And maybe I can share something the next time we are here. And yeah, if you do moderate a community on Matrix and maybe think you could benefit from talking to us and stuff, just ping me on Matrix, and I will see if I can add you to the group, and then we can try to work together. And I think that's pretty much what we had prepared.
Yes.
I had to deal with some spam waves last night, I think, so some stuff didn't get finished in this presentation.
Before we start questioning, one thing I think we didn't mention, but is quite important, at least at the medium size, you probably also want to think about having a team, so not just friends, but scale your team accordingly. The larger your community gets, the more people you need, and you might also want to think about people in different time zones, because spam never sleeps, but your admin team most likely sleeps. So that's one thing you should consider.
Okay, is this microphone on? Yes. Thank you for the really comprehensive overview about moderation on Matrix. And at this point, are there any questions?
Well, thank you for the presentation. I had a question about the feature of being able to either ban a user or to ban an entire home server. I'm running a very small home server where I'm the only user, but I'm also hosting a few bots that people in other servers will use every now and then. And the absolute nightmare scenario that I'm sometimes thinking about is that one access token at some point gets leaked and someone starts sending a lot of crypto links to different rooms with that bot. And I was kind of curious if you have a current system or certain queues or a code of conduct to work out when you decide to just ban a user or to ban an entire home server.
Well, in our case, it's usually quite simple. If we usually ban a user first, in our list, there's actually only one person currently that can actually enforce a server-wide ban because it's a very heavy tool. So a server-wide ban, it needs to be an unanimous vote that everyone agrees that we actually add that. So we are very late with adding those usually. So if we just see one user spamming, then obviously we just ban that user. But if we see, okay, there's now 20 users joined from that home server, then we usually trigger a server-wide ban. Usually those are temporary because we see, okay, this might just be that the server admin is asleep and they had registration set up wrong, so we try to, sometimes we ban that home server, then try to contact that the server admin, try to resolve that issue, then we revoke the ban, and the SCLs also don't have the issue that they don't get removed when you remove them. Those actually, the unbanning of servers works pretty well, and so, yeah. Usually just if we see multiple users, so if one of your access tokens leaks, it shouldn't be an issue. If all of your access token leaks, then well, then it might be fair to ban your server.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, yeah, first of all, once again, just thank you for the work you're doing. Moderation can be really thankless work, so this is really important. I'm wondering if you're familiar, or if you yourself have worked with it, or if you're aware of any work that is kind of the opposite of these federated block lists, as in federated allow lists. Essentially just having someone joining your server and you know at least at a bare minimum that this is a human being that has interacted elsewhere without being reported as a spammer. So you kind of get a baseline of this is a person, yeah, that's here to talk to you normally.
Well, first of all, that's very hard to do because if you want to have an open federation or something where everyone can host their own home server, then it's very hard to actually verify who registered on that home server that you have never heard about. What you can do, what I mentioned a bit at the start, is require them to already be joined to a different room, which of course spammers will eventually join all rooms, but that can, for example, which I use for my off-topic rooms, that my off-topic rooms are configured that you need to have to join the main room first before you can join our off-topic room. And that way you have already some verification. Of course, you don't know if that's actually a user or a spammer that just joined rooms in that order, but it does make it, we're trying to find a natural path that someone discovers the room, and that's usually by joining the project and then seeing, okay, I want to talk about other stuff, they get pointed to the off-topic room. So that's one way you can do that, but there were some things where they tried to use interactive verification of that user, where basically when you joined the room, you got messaged by a bot to reply, but that's of course usually very easy to break. Usually computers are better at answering a captcha than I am, so yeah.
Yeah. There is also kind of a reputation style, like someone gains reputation, that's also around. There are different opinions if that's a good idea or not, but
yeah, the current approach that's proposed for reputation is just you can give someone a score of 0 to 100, but there's like what scale is that? Someone has a score of 100 by one person, and I would maybe give them a 5 because while they can talk, they are not really good for the actively helping out the community. And someone else says, yeah, they're not a spammer, so of course they get a 100. So yeah, it's not really a soft problem, I think.
Nice, thank you.
I was interested in best practices for help rooms. So is there like a typical naming scheme that you would
Not
pick?
really. There, like general is usually one I see a lot. Help is happening, but it's very dependent on the community. Usually, it's best to just try to open the room directory of that server, and often those general rooms are usually at the top, not always.
But usually can find it easily in
Yeah.
a room directory if you just search for help or something.
And usually, if they have such rooms, they usually have a project website where it's linked. That might also help. Like if you think about Ansible, Fedora, those probably link their rooms somewhere because they anyway want those people to be on that platform. So,
And
yeah.
what you can also do is, like, if you register on something like Mozilla.org, then you automatically get joined to one of those rooms, I think, or it just tells you during registration where the support room is. So that's also one way you can find it. But yeah, the usual names I see for it are support or general, and that's just the alias or something.
Okay, and one more question about just in general, I'm interested in like how would the communication between server admins work when like you ping somebody that somebody's spamming there? Is there some, do you typically verify each other as in like make sure that the person is really the admin of another server? And also what do you do if you get a report? Do you just delete the user from your server?
I guess so far it's like people know each other for the bigger ones, and then you're usually trying to find someone who knows someone and stuff like that. So it's, I don't think we really have a list currently of stuff.
And what you usually do is that you just link to the event that's the spam or something. For example, if you send an email to abuse@matrix.org, then they usually want to have some link of, okay, where did it happen? And then they will go and check themselves usually what the event is, because as a home server admin you can usually see them unless they are encrypted, but then matrix.org doesn't enforce moderation in encrypted rooms because they can't see the content, and so there you are on your own. But there's usually no real verification there who's the admin of something, because if you tell someone, okay, there's 1,000 users registered on your server in the last few minutes that are spamming my rooms, there's little verification that you need to do, because the admin of the server can just look in their management board and see, okay, my outbound federation is going through the roof and everything is on fire on that server. So they will easily know that, okay, your report is true there, and if that reaches the wrong person, then someone else knows that there's spam on that server, which is like not really that big of a problem at this point.
Okay, so you would then go to your own server, find the user, and use the client-side tools to ban them, or okay.
Or Synapse API has a way to deactivate users, and
you should really never, if someone tells you someone was disruptive, just ban them. Yes. You should always try to verify that, because there's also people that are abusive in communities by just reporting someone who didn't do anything wrong. And then you just thought, okay, I will trust them and ban them. And then it turns out, okay, they were actually the troll here in this situation and were trying to fake you. So always you need to do the verification of what was actually reported to you.
The probably most important info you want as an admin is the event ID and the room ID, because at least Synapse, admins usually directly redact a message, and Synapse keeps that message for the home server admin for a while due to both laws, but also you need to find that message in the database. So it's kept around for a few days. So that's also something you can find.
Thank you.
What do you think of the idea of being able to move messages to different rooms? I know I don't think it's possible today, but I'm used to be able to have this feature from bulletin boards or something when you do moderation and you think this is off topic in that thread, so I move messages to other threads. and when you want to do this in the matrix, it's not possible by today, I think. But what do you think of the idea to have this feature?
Well, there's different things here. Like, if you move your own messages, of course, you can already forward it, but you probably meant that you keep the user that actually sent it, which currently doesn't work with the permission model on Matrix. I think it would be very useful because there's a lot of off-topic stuff that just spawns naturally in a conversation, and you want to then point them to the off-topic room. With threads, you can actually kind of do it. The problem is the current relation format, which of course I have an MSC to fix that. But in Neko, if you just edit the message, you can change the thread that it's in. But of course, you can't do that for other people's messages because currently clients enforce that you only edit your own messages. I think it's useful. Of course, it could also be abused, where someone then moves a message into a different room and to put it completely out of context. So always when you, now that I have some more experience with moderation, my first approach thought is, okay, how can this be abused to cause even more spam? But yeah, in general, to have like, to just moderate the off-topic stuff and such, I think it would be very useful. But it is a long way to actually get there.
A request I've seen quite a few times is that an admin would like to see the messages when they come in and then approve them before they actually get into the room. Is there an MSC for that?
I believe there is moderation can delay messages MSC, and I think Element Web has a UI for it. I never seen it used. So I don't know if you know more about that one.
I haven't really seen any work happening on that yet, sadly. But yeah, it's, especially if you have like new users where the messages get delayed, that can be very useful. And then you then reduce the delay if someone has been already longer in the room.
Some rooms do simulate that with having a default power level that doesn't allow to write. So, but you still need some way to then have them write somewhere else, and you're back at the first problem, basically. So it's not really useful yet, but it's some things I've seen in the community before.
On the home server level, you can at least do, if you host your own home server, you can have them sign the TOS before they can actually send something. Where, like Matrix.org has it set up that you actually need to do that during registration, but other servers have it set up that you can actually join the server, do DMs or something, but you can't send stuff into other rooms first, and you need to then sign the TOS for that. But yeah. They actually work to have it on a room level available for everyone, even if they don't host their own home server. I don't know of the state of that, and it's probably also still quite a bit away.
Okay, last chance for questions. I don't see any more questions. I don't see any questions online. So thank you, Marcel and Nico, for talking about moderation. And your regular scheduled programming will continue at 12:30, I believe, with Christian talking about Matrix Wrench, which continues this track about community management and moderation right there on this stage. In the meantime, you can always join the talk in the backstage about the Timmy Messenger and how to customize it. Thank you. See you later. Okay, welcome to the main stage. It is beyond 12:30.
Yes.
And we continue the program on the main stage with the next talk by Christian about his tool Matrix Wrench, which continues our track about community management and moderation. Christian, the stage is yours.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I've already been told that, yes, oh, alarm, alarm, there is an access token on the screen. Yes, this access token is just for demo purposes. It will be invalidated afterwards. What I want to show with this access token is that if you have a terminal, you can use curl to call a Matrix server directly. In this case, we're asking for which account does this access token belong to. And it will tell us the user ID. It's the demo account for this presentation. And it also tells us the device ID. So a couple of things we can do with this. We can get a room list. We can get the state of a room. And eventually we can also, if we have some kind of permissions in this room, push a new state to this room using a tool like curl or any other tool that can fire HTTP requests. This is how we used to do moderation, like a couple of manual tweaks for rooms that belong to bridge accounts, because usually for bridge accounts you can't really log in as these bridge accounts using Element or any other standard client. However, you only have this access token, which you can use for the API. About 2 or 3 years ago, I started building this into some UI. People might already know it as Matrix Wrench. It's like the manual tool that you have at your hand if you need some manual tweaks. So it's not really meant for automation. It's a web client that's very, very like lightweight in what it does, and also the libraries used. I'm only using like a React library, but other than that, it's all manually programmed for what this specifically does. It has the network lock at the bottom, so if I click something, so I query the rooms I'm joined into, then it gives me this list of, hey, these are the rooms that this account is joined into. Oh, by the way, just this request I did on the other screen. Here I have this as a UI, like just the matrix ID and the device ID coming from the request that we had before on screen. Both this who am I and the room list, if I want to repeat these in curl, I have this network log here at the bottom. It shows me when I requested this and what the status was from the server. Might be useful if it failed for some reason. And then I can also see the curl command. For every interaction I do in this app, it will generate a curl command, so I can replicate the requests if I want to write an app, like a bot, or I'm using some kind of other automation, and I wonder, hey, to get this information of this room list, like which endpoint did you call? And here I have the client v3 joined rooms. I can see what's up in any of those rooms. These are just the room IDs. Usually what I would do is I already know which room ID I'm going into. Coming from this, like logged in as the same account here in Element Web. Could be any account because room IDs and room aliases are generally same on different accounts. Let's find something that's related to the summit. So for example, this general room. And I can copy paste the alias from up here and insert that into this room management list. Resolve the alias if I want to. If I'm just interested in in the room ID, but I can also go directly onto show details. It gives me a summary. So this room does federate. The room version is 10, and the highest power level is 100. That means somebody in this room has the power level 100. This is the default for rooms. However, there are a couple of clients that change power levels. It could also be that somebody with the highest power level has left or de-promoted themselves, making this kind of like a broken or unmoderated room. In this summary, I would easily be able to figure this out. Sometimes it can be helpful to ask, am I even a member, or am I just looking at some outdated state of this room? Because if you leave a room, it will still show up in your room list, and for the purposes of your server, you still have a copy of that room until you forget about it. And this is like a separate API call, forgetting about a room. But in this instance, the result is, yep, I'm still joined. Here I can knock, join, leave, forget if I need to. If I had the permissions, I could also do this for other users. Just insert any user ID and then invite, kick, ban, and unban. Unban. If I need to invite a lot of people, I have the bulk invite here, which brings me to this. So like for this room ID, I can just enter a ton of user IDs separated by spaces, new lines, commas, or semicolons. Click on invite, and it will iterate through the list of people. This is something we've seen in Element Web. The other things that we don't have in any of the other clients, it's a bulk kick and also a mass joiner. The mass joiner requires App Service API, which is allowed to act upon as these users. If you're familiar with how Bridges works, they get a regular expression, so like multiple user IDs that they can act on their behalf. Usually it's bots accounts, but you can also have like an overlap with actual user accounts, because Matrix doesn't really differentiate between bot accounts and user accounts. So if, for example, you're the administrator of an organization and you want everybody to be joined to a new room, you could create an app service that is allowed to act upon all of the users in your organization, and then use the mass joiner to give them a couple of room IDs, give them a couple of user, like if a Matrix Ranch a couple of user IDs, and every person will be joined to every room. This actually means they are entering that room. If you do some kind of analysis, some kind of research, you might be interested in this JSON export of this room. For this, I need to load the room again, and then I have like a room ID, room version, canonical alias, name, topic, join rule, and history visibility as a JSON object, which I can export to other places or like use in other places. We've got member list, which also includes like who has left. And if I had any permissions in this room, I could check if like m.power levels is that, I think. Let's see. Here we have the users who actually have some permissions in here. I could try to change this. This user doesn't have the permission to do so, so if I click on override state, it will ask me if I actually want to do this, because it's kind of like a high critical, like I can't undo this. But it will tell me, nope, you don't have the permission to do that. Your user level is 0, and you would need the power level 100 to do this action. But in this way, I can inspect the state of this room, and I can also modify it if I have the permission to do so. I can add and remove aliases. This one is a fun one. It's a very unofficial, not spec compliant room upgrade. which I temporarily used to get rid of. Like for a couple of rooms, we needed to get rid of encryption because a bridge was creating encrypted rooms, but didn't actually support encryption. So we upgraded these rooms to non-encrypted rooms, which is not spec compliant, luckily, because you shouldn't remove encryption. And then we have like a couple of Synapse admin tools here. This is this is also using the Synapse admin API for make somebody a room admin. But for this, obviously, you need the admin flag in Synapse for the user you're doing this with. Another feature that became part of Matrix Wrench, which might be interesting for you if you actually do some kind of like analysis of your community or are a data researcher, is your rooms and your direct contacts. Your direct contacts is more a fun gimmicky thing where it will fetch all of the people you have direct contact in your direct contact list. And it will also show all of their display names in all of the rooms that you know them as. So this currently fetches all names from all the rooms. And I guess the longer we wait, the more display names we will see of Kim here showing up. Let's not wait for this, but go to the next. This is basically the same list, but instead of user IDs, it will show all of the rooms IDs or all of the rooms that you're in, with like a name. Are they encrypted? Yes, no. What's your power level? Have they been replaced? That's the room upgrades feature. How many members are there? You can, by clicking on this, sort them. Can sort for how many direct contacts are in there, what's the type. So sometimes that's a space, by default it's just a room. And if they are world readable or if they are private rooms. This list is nice because you can, for all the numeric ones, you can like sort them. So for example, this way I can easily find the rooms which I have some power level in. Or how many members there are. If you're a data researcher, you might be more interested in what's below this table, where this entire thing is again stored as a JSON object. In fact, a big array over all of these rooms. This is still populating and will change. So please wait for this bar to be fully filled up. Before you copy paste the JSON object. What else to show? I think that's mostly it. Some of these features, like I still want to do them with, like, for example, you can change the state in a room, but you can't yet change the state in multiple rooms. That's a feature I'm very much interested in. So, for example, a couple of people tend to change their display name when they're on holidays or when they're unavailable. In this way, I want to have like a feature where you can specify, every room that's like part of this space, or give it just a list of room IDs. Perform this action, for example, changing your own display name. Perform them in all of these rooms. Not part of Wrench yet, but those are some of the itches that I have that I'm trying to scratch with this UI software of what used to be just curl commands, typing them into the command line. How can you get started with Matrix Wrench? It is a public repository. I think it also has, Basically, it's just JavaScript. There's not much happening here. It doesn't have any pre-compile steps. So you can easily host it yourself. I have one public instance running at matrix-wrench.chrpaul.de. It has multiple identities, which is kind of like multiple accounts. An identity is basically a name that you give it just for the internal differentiation of other accounts that you have. Why is this looking so weird? Oh. A server address. These are not resolved yet, so for the matrix.org address, for the matrix.org server, you actually need to use the matrix-client.matrix.org. That's where the actual home server is situated at. And then you can use either access token or a password. This masquerade as feature is only needed if you have an app service token and want to act as a different user. But you can do that. So if you want to use an app service token and act as a different user than what the default user is for that app service token, just enter any kind of like matrix ID, and it will perform all of the requests as that user, and also change the curl commands in the network log accordingly. Yeah, these can be edited or just deleted from the app. I think it will warn that, yeah, these do not invalidate the access token. This is kind of like meant to be used with bridge access tokens. So if you remove it from matrix wrench, it's not logging these out. Also for accounts that, like this one, I'm basically stealing the access tokens from Element web, like a logged in session. None of the features that matrix wrench uses require encryption, so you can use access tokens that have already encryption set up.
How is it stored?
Stored, yes, this is stored in local storage. However, not by default. So if I add an identity, I have this question by default checked off, like not checked. If I want to remember the login. So for example, if I add new, I think this just needs to be anything, and I save this. Now it's part of the list. But if I refresh, only the ones that I had previously stored are read from local storage, and the new one is not. I can also remove the check mark from a previous one. But yeah, that's another like security feature, because I expect you to use this with like access tokens from bridges or whatever. So nothing is stored by default. No, this is not. It's only doing API requests against your home server. As soon as the JavaScript and the HTML is loaded from my domain or wherever you get matrix wrench from, it will never fire any other requests ever again, other than what you do want to interact with, like how you want to interact with your home server. No tracking, no metrics, no whatever. Yeah, that is it. If you have any questions of what to do with matrix wrench, or any ideas of how you want to use matrix wrench, or like what's missing, I'm very much open to this. I'm looking for new ideas of how to expand it and how to make it a little bit prettier, because I know this is like very plain HTML style. Yeah, that's mainly it. I'm like using it for like quick iterations of, hey, new feature of oh, I want to have a bulk invite. Yeah, let's do that. And because it just looks like this, it's very easy to add this, like new features.
Yeah, thanks for your talk. I got a small question because you showed it's quite low level. I guess you can brick rooms or like do horrible things with your rooms you want to keep. What are the top 3 or top 1 issues you can create by using matrix wrench because it gives you access to things you shouldn't really do? Or did you experience some where you actually caused real harm to a room?
I have not. Usually, Matrix Wrench is my tool to unbrick the rooms that a bot or a bridge has somehow bricked. So, for example, like in previous versions of the Matrix spec, it was still allowed to set a permission level as a string. As long as Python can translate that to a number, it was fine. And I was using I was using Matrix Wrench to like change these numbers back to numbers. So usually, I expect you to be familiar with parts of the Matrix spec and how room state works, or at least how the room state should look like. The server has some kind of guards to guide you. So if you try to, for example, change a state event of the name of a room or the avatar of a room, if you try to enter any kind of invalid properties that don't exist in this spec, it will reject that server side. There is no validation of this on the client side. So yes, you can break things with Matrix Wrench, but my experience is more that, oh, things are already broken, and now I need Matrix Wrench or curl to unbreak things.
Right, thank you.
Yeah.
There's one technical question from the stream.
Ooh.
And Noah asks, how does the contact list page on Matrix Wrench work? Does it make use of /mutual_rooms MSC 2666?
No, I think, well, we can have a look at what it does in the network log. I think the very first thing that it does, it asks who am I to figure out what's the matrix ID of this user that's currently logged in, to filter that out of any list, like any member list. The next one, it then asks for the account data of mdirect. That includes a list of all of your direct rooms. But this is like a list that clients like Element Web will usually manually update every time. So nothing automated or nothing that's inside of the rooms. It then gets a list of all of the joined rooms, and for each room asks for joint members. And the joint members endpoint will also return the display names. That's how it gets the list.
Yes, I hope that satisfies Noah's question. Are there any more questions in the room?
Yeah.
Perfect. So in that case, thank you, Christian, for this nice demonstration of your tool. And yes, this marks the beginning of the lunch break for us here. If you are joined on stream, you might also use this time to have some lunch. So I guess it's easier to do during the talks as well. And we will see you back here at 2 p.m. for migrating the WordPress community from Slack to Matrix. And if you want to go to the backstage, there's also a talk starting at 2:15 p.m. about call. a matrix bridge from a off-the-grid peer-to-peer messenger, well, to matrix. Thank you. Hello, hello. Hello, main stage. It is 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and our programming continues on the main stage. Take a seat, have a drink, get to the bar, and we will continue with our programming. It's 2 o'clock, that means it's time to continue the track of community management. And right now I have on stage with me Alex, who is going to talk about migrating the WordPress community from Slack to Matrix. The stage is yours, Alex.
Thank you. All right, so welcome to my talk. I'm Alex Kirk. I'm from Austria, from Vienna. I've been at Automattic since 2014, an engineer leading teams around localization and Matrix, and I'm sponsored by Automattic to contribute to the WordPress project in the Meta and the Polyglots team. And I also work in the ActivityPub field. There's a plugin you can actually transform your WordPress to your own Mastodon instance. So, just briefly to be sure, what is WordPress? It's a popular PHP CMS for websites and blogs, started in 2003. Today it powers 45% of all websites on the internet. It features a block editor for editing posts and also editing themes or your site editing. And it's well known for plugins. And some plugins you might have heard of is Yoast SEO, Advanced Custom Fields, WooCommerce. So there's a couple of plugins that can transform WordPress into lots of things. And it's open source under the GPL. So before we dive into migrating, let's first talk about how the WordPress project actually operates. So we have a page that coordinates WordPress collaboration. It's called make.wordpress.org, and we call it Making WordPress. We've got 20 teams that work in different areas. Accessibility core works on WordPress core. We've got a learn team. We've got a design team, polyglots for translation, performance. Like on the make.wordpress.org side, you will find the list of the teams. And each team has a P2. That's a blog that's used for communication within the team. So, for example, announcements, proposals for new features or projects, meeting summaries, which we'll get to, and documentation. And an important aspect also are WordCamps. It's like a community summit, just on the WordPress side. We've got 3 big events, EU, US, and Asia, and then a couple of country-based or city-based events, WordCamps. And actually, WordCamp Germany is happening soon, October 19 to 22 in Gerolstein. Another aspect that's important to understand is something that we call 5 for the Future. It's a program where we encourage people who earn their living with WordPress to give back to the project. And 5 as in 5%. So for a company, this might be, for a 100-people company, it might be 5 people who work on the project. For an individual, like if you talk about 40 hours per week, it might be 2 hours per week giving back to the project. And that means that we've got many people from different companies collaborating on the project. So if you look at WordPress 6.2, these are, every bubble is a company that contributed to the release. And some companies have more people contributing. So Automattic is still, or at the moment, the biggest contributor. But there are many companies from large to small individuals who contribute. And we operate mostly based on issues where we define what we want to work on. They happen in Track or in GitHub. For each team has one or multiple trackers. So there's one for core, one for meta, which is like around things like Matrix or Slack, one for Gutenberg. And those discussions and status updates, they happen in those tickets. And then in bi-weekly meetings, the contributors then coordinate around those tickets. So they share news about like something, work that has been finished. They do bug scrubs. They talk to each other. It's a bit like getting together, but in chat. And an important aspect of that is that those meetings give people the ability to join the project and help work with the project. At certain times, you can be sure that there's somebody around from this project. If you want to contribute on performance, you go to the meeting around performance at that time that's given. So on the Make WordPress site, on the list of the teams, under each team you can see when the next meeting will happen. And this is the list of a week. All the meetings happening in a week. And there's like 2 more on each column. All right, so why would we want to migrate away from Slack? Slack wasn't really designed for an open source community. The sign-up is email-based, so for a company, everybody would be under the same domain, but for a community of people coming from all sorts of places, it's not really practical. We worked around it by creating an email forward for every community member, but then they need to receive this email. And also, it's not open source, and we're an open source project. So just recapping that, so Slack and an open source community, there is complexity for signing people up based on those invites. And commonly at WordPress or at WordCamps, we actually take quite an amount of time to onboard people onto Slack, helping them like this is how you do it, this is how you. There's a full guide, but typically people don't read it on their own. Slack has message retention limits for free plans. For WordPress, the community, it's not a problem, but other projects have this problem. So for open source communities, it can be a problem that there is a limit. And the data is siloed behind Slack stores. So comparing that with Matrix, with Federation, people from any home server can join. You can log in. You can make Matrix have the home server log in with an existing authentication system. No retention limits. You can unite several Slack communities or workspaces into into the big Matrix space. And it's an open source project for an open source chat for an open source project. So from our perspective, where Matrix is still behind is the UX. Notification management is something that's still a bit painful for us. So Slack has a dedicated threads or mentions view where you can easily get an overview of what has been happening, what's something that I need to react on. You can mark messages as unread. The search is worse. There's no filters. The icon looks as if it's just for a room search. Joining a room in Element means you have to click an icon that says, for many people, add something, but I want to join something. Other clients miss important features like threads. And for a community, access control is a bit of a problem. When you have people on the home server, they can create rooms as they want. So, for making it easier to join, for community members to join Matrix, we've developed a few strategies and a few tools that make it easier. One of them is called Chatrix. It's a WordPress plugin that provides a Matrix client in a WordPress block. So if you construct a WordPress page, you actually build it from blocks. A paragraph is a block. There could be a table block, all sorts of blocks. And one of the blocks is now a Matrix client. So you can configure it individually. For the Chatrix block, you can set a home server and you can set a room. So then this block is set to a certain room, and you can direct people to go to a page, and they will arrive in the room that you want to have them arrive at. It's based on Hydrogen. We did some contributions upstream because Hydrogen itself, there can be only one instance in the whole browser. But when you have a block, you want multiple tabs with multiple blocks. So we contributed something around the web workers and some other bug fixes around SSO. So this is what a page for chatting looks like. So this would be for the polyglots page. And the green area, you can see these are kind of the blocks that we also added. One of them announces when's the next meeting. And then something around how you can join directly. And then there's the Chatrix block. And it's locked to this room, Polyglots, because we want people to arrive in that room at that time so that they can join the meeting. So here you can see what it looks like when you create a new post with that Chatrix block. So you create the block. Here, because I'm logged in, it will already show what it would look like. I set the server. And then I set the room. And it refreshes as I write. And now the block is configured to be that room. And now, because it's on a page, I can also add extra information around that block. So instructions for joining, like you have to authenticate, or like first click login, and then authenticate. And yeah, you can put all sorts of things there, like whatever is necessary for people to know if they want to join your chat. The second item is we created a WordPress plugin that makes your WordPress an OpenID Connect server. So for WordPress.org, it meant that we could have people just use their WordPress.org account to log into our home server. And then in the login form, this is like the typical login styling of WordPress. It will ask you, do you want to authorize the Matrix client, Matrix to access your user data? One additional thing is we provide a hosted Element Web instance pre-configured with the server. For people who are new to Matrix, it can be hard to change the server. So that way you can pre-configure it. What else did we do? We started off with installing a bridge. So we first created all the servers that we knew we had on Slack on the Matrix server, and then created a forked bridge because some of the things that we found didn't work, and we extended the bridge so that it will puppet the users from Slack so that they say the stuff that they say on Slack on Matrix using their own user there. And another aspect that we took care of is migrating the history. We believe it's important to be able to look back in history and to see how did a certain discussion end up so that we decided to implement something in the way that we did. And to do that, we found a bit of a strategy of how you can migrate the history seamlessly. So we would first start off with creating the room and bridging it. But that means you start with a blank history, and just the new messages will arrive. But then we would create a second room and use the Slack export data to create the new, basically to first add all the users and then import in sequence, basically pretending to be in history at the start of the room in Slack. And we can do that because it runs as an app service. And then it will, by sequence, add all the messages. And if a user is no longer in the room, we will re-invite them so that they can actually post their message while they are in the room. As a third step, we will then take the room where we have already the real-time stream of messages, copy them over to this room that now has the history, re-invite the bridge, or reattach the bridge to that room, change the room alias, and then we've got a room that has all the history and the current events without a gap. So our Matrix server ends up to be Synapse with Slack bridge, OpenID Connect configured for WordPress.org, and the migration app service. And so far we've migrated 3 million messages in about 170 rooms, 45,000 users, resulting at the moment in about 55 gigabytes of database. Still missing for us app integrations. So that's a big benefit of Slack. Slack will lock you in with apps. It's very convenient for people to have certain services available as an app. And for many of them, there's not an equivalent on Matrix. Simple apps, you can use them through the bridge. So you can talk to the app, and the bridge will relay it, and the app will answer, and the answer will be relayed back. But we've got problems with other more complex apps where there's this ecosystem problem. Companies develop apps for Slack. They use their own private APIs, and we cannot really replicate it. So we're still trying to find for each app, Slack app that we have, what do we do for this one? Is there alternative ways so that the people can go through their website, or can we build something with their API on their behalf? But there is no generic solution at this point. I have a collection of miscellaneous tips, things that we discovered during this migration. First, temporarily turn off the push setting in Synapse while you import. Our first room resulted in a database size of 257 gigabytes because we didn't turn off push, and for every old message, for every user in the room, it created all the push messages, resulting in huge database sizes. So turn it off before. You turn it back on again after you've migrated. Something that tripped us up is in OIDC, we use a JWT token, the JSON web token, to send all the information to Synapse, but it will still query the user info table, even though it knows everything about the user. And we had some caching problems with that, so the user info returned something wrong. Now there's something weird with the authentication, so be careful about that. We discovered that it's important to serve something useful on the home server address. If you tell people go to this home server address, even though it's not meant to be, they will enter it in the browser, put something there. So for us, it redirects to the guide. And one thing that was important for us as a community, pick some name for your server that doesn't imply that everybody on that server is representative of your project. It might be some random person who just signed up for an account, and then will go on to some federated server and do something, say something on WordPress behalf. Like, it shouldn't appear as if they were speaking with authority for the project. And that's why we chose community.wordpress.org as a home server name. Right now, it's in a trial phase. So making WordPress is not yet a Matrix-only community. Slack and Matrix work in parallel. And we're still inconclusive about what the community thinks. Will they migrate or not? In the WordPress space, Slack is very widespread. People like having just one app and using just Slack, and now having to use Matrix. It's a bit of a chicken and egg problem. One potential selling point that we're thinking is with spaces that people can define for themselves, you can arrange rooms as you want across server borders. So we think that this might be a leverage in future when, for example, for local communities, we want to provide also the space. Currently in different workspaces, they could all be like in the global Matrix space. And our accessibility team is not yet happy. We're still trying to work on some things that they discovered. But yeah. And finally, Automatic is hiring Matrix engineers. Ping me, and I'll hook you up with the right people. Thank you.
Do we have questions in the room for Alex?
So for your, thanks first of all, for your Chatrix plugin in WordPress right now, do you use unencrypted rooms, or how do you deal with session verification? So people who use this bridge for the first time or want to join the chat for the first time, they need to first do their session verification and maybe secure backup stuff and so on in this field first before they can start with the discussion.
So the WordPress community rooms are unencrypted. So for that, it's kind of meant to be for public rooms. We also did some research around, could the Chatrix block for a not logged in person show the chat transcript already? We did some things with guest users and logging in. we haven't found the right solution there. But it's it's based on hydrogen, and it could do encryption, and I think it can, but I don't think that the use case is really the right one for DMs. It's like we see it more as a way to make it easier for people to join Matrix and give them instructions. Not just give them a link or a room address and leave them without instructions, but it being in the page gives you the ability to add screenshots or links and all of that. I think that makes it pretty flexible. And pre-configuring it also means that you don't have to enter the server address. So it's more for that use case. But yeah, I think DMs would also be possible, depending on what Hydrogen does. I think they do cross-signing now, but yeah, it's a bit of a work in progress with Hydrogen.
Thanks for the talk. So this is more a me not knowing enough about app service question. I was wondering if you do the migration, the origin server TS, is that something you can basically fake in hindsight, or is that something...
The origin server, excuse me?
The timestamp of the message. Is that something you can fake? So in the imported chat, it's still showing the correct dates? Oh.
You can fake it in hindsight, but one important thing about clients is that they don't behave predictably, I think. So even you could, when events happened, like if you want to backdate one event,
yes,
it will probably show, like I think Element shows the right date header, but it's out of sequence. It doesn't put the event before everything. And that's why we import it in sequence. So technically you can backdate it, and I think the Matrix event will have that date because you can set it, but the client will not do the right thing.
Of course, for the deck ordering, you need to do it in sequence, but the timestamp you can just fake.
As far as I know, like
okay, cool. Yeah, thanks.
All right. Catch me around if you have any other questions.
Yeah, last chance for questions. If not, then
I'll be around.
Find Alex on the floor, and we will continue shortly here with the next talk. Let's see which one it is. At 2:45, there will be using Matrix application services to improve instant messaging in contact centers by Diana. See you here later.
Thank you.
You ready? Oh, yeah. And now, ladies and gentlemen, hallo. The next talk on this main stage will be done by Diana Vadodja.
Yes.
Oh, good. Ooh. And it will be about the improvement of contact centers with instant messaging, or the improvement of instant messaging within the context of contact centers.
And in case you are following this stage on stream, feel free to ask your questions in the General Matrix Summit 2023 room.
Okay,
Diana,
thank you.
Stage is
Thank
yours.
you very much, guys. Okay, thank you very much. Welcome. As Jan told you, my name is Diana, or Diana, as you like. I am a software engineer from Colombia. I work in a company called Icono Telecomunicaciones. We've been in the business of call centers and contact centers for over 15 years now. For our VoIP call centers, we use Asterisk. And a few years ago, our customers started to ask about a solution to manage chat, which we didn't have at that point. So we started a very deep research about what options we had to provide chat for our customers. And we found Matrix, and we fell in love with Matrix because it's open, because the community is very passionate about building a communication network free of hidden agendas, and because we saw the power of bridges that we needed at that point, and application services in general. So we adopted Matrix in our company. How we use Matrix? Okay, everything starts with a customer's message. Well, let's say more than an end user message, because our customers are companies, okay? And our customers are end users. So let's say that everything starts with an end user message. We use Matrix bridges to receive that message, and we use Synapse as our home server. Standing next to the Synapse is our application service, the ACD. That stands for Automatic Chat Distributor. When the message gets that point, the ACD takes control over the chat from that point on. The ACD has the job of inviting the menu flow to presenting the available options to the customer. Menu flow is a very important piece of software we have in the platform because it's the first one that interacts with the customer when texts presenting the available options. My friend here, Esteban, gave a talk yesterday about menu flow and all the capabilities it has to build bots with just adding a YAML configuration file. When the customer picks an option that takes him to an agent, the ACD is responsible for assigning an agent to the chat to make the interactions the end user has or the request the user has. Our contact center agents and the supervisor user, they use a modified version of Element. We have added several options to handle chats, like transferring chats, resolving chats, sending templates, creating customers, making pauses, and a lot more. We can talk about later if you want to. We have had some issues trying to implement Instagram and Facebook bridges because when Meta detects that we have a bot activity in the conversation, they ban our accounts, and that has happened many times now. So we are working on a new bridge that uses the Meta APIs because we need to be able to receive messages from Instagram and Facebook too. The WhatsApp message works very well, and that's the main bridge sorry, the WhatsApp bridge is the one that we are mainly using right now because it's working very well and we don't get banned in that with using that bridge. Okay, now I'm going to tell you about the ACD, the application service that we built, the automatic chat distributor. We had a first version of the ACD. It was a good version. It did its job until our customers started to grow bigger than 12,000 chat rooms. At that point, we started to have very big performance issues. The first one was that the ACD bot was taking too long to log in, even several minutes to log in. And in the meantime, we were missing some messages, we were missing some events, and that was unacceptable because the bot was not reliable anymore. And the second issue we started to have was that the agents were taking even longer to log in using Element. Some of our agents were taking up to 20 minutes to log in, so you can imagine that was a nightmare for our customers. We even lost some customers for that. At that point, the Matrix community was very helpful because we opened an issue in GitHub, and from the feedback we got, we learned that the chat rooms the agent is kicked from are taken into account in the sync process, but the rooms the agent leaves are not taken into account in the sync process. And the ACD were kicking the agents out of the rooms when the conversation ended. Maybe you wonder why we don't let the agent leave the rooms themselves. And the reason of that is that when a conversation ends, the ACD makes some operations that need to be done as a whole. When a conversation ends, the ACD sends some goodbye messages to the customer, sends some state events to mark the room as resolved, and makes the agent leave the room. So that's why letting the agent leave the room was not good for us, was not working for us. I'm going to tell you later about how we solved that. Another inconvenience we have with our first version of the ACD was that we needed one instance of the bot per WhatsApp line. Some of our customers have more than one WhatsApp line. So given that we use the ACD bot user to log in the WhatsApp bridge, we needed a second and a third user, and so a second and a third instance of the bot to log into the WhatsApp bridge, depending on the number of lines the customer has. Also, in our first version, we only had commands to communicate with the bot. And the big disadvantage we saw with this approach was that it was very difficult to process the response to the commands because responses were also text messages sent to some control room. Yeah. With all of these issues with our bot, with our ACD bot, we decided to evolve to an application service built with Matrix Python. Given that the ACD is now an application service, it doesn't have to sync anymore. So all events and messages are properly delivered to the ACD by the signups, even if we stop and start the service. And thanks to identity assertion and namespaces, the ACD is able to masquerade as the agent to leave the room instead of kicking the agents. And with that, we resolved the 10 login minutes issue we were having, and the time was reduced to some seconds. When the agent is joined to just a few chats. But at that point, the history of the agent in thousands of rooms were not a problem anymore. And now our biggest customer has around 70,000 rooms, chat rooms, and it is not a problem anymore. The syncing of the ACD, the syncing doesn't happen anymore, but agents can log in without a problem now. As for the multiple instances, we have a reserved namespace with the application service that is ACD. And we just have to create new users for each line the customer has, with just one instance of the application service. Also, with this new version, apart from the commands we have in the first version, we also added an HTTP API to communicate with the bot more directly and to remove the possible delays and parsing and processing problems of text messages as responses to commands as we were having in the first version. Okay. This is the cycle of an incoming chat. The first task of the ACD is to set up the chat room. The ACD makes the room public, so the supervisor users can join anytime without an invitation. It also publishes the room in the room directory and make the history word readable to have a preview of the chat at any time by the agent or by the supervisor. And it also sends some commands to the bridge to set the power levels of the ACD in the room and to enable relay mode. Relay mode is important because we need that not only the ACD message being properly bridged to the customer, but also agents and supervisor messages are delivered to the end user. So that's why we enable relay mode. After the chat room setup, the ACD invites the menu flow, the bot of the menu flow, to present the available options to the customer. And when the customer selects an option that takes him to an agent, the ACD masquerades at the menu bot to leave the room to avoid the performance problem I told you. And if there is no available agents in the option selected by the customer, the ACD enqueues the chat and starts a process of checking when an available agent is there to join the room. And when finally the ACD finds that available agent, it joins the agent to the chat. The ACD remembers the last assigned agent per option. So when the ACD needs to pick an agent for a chat, it selects the agent that is next to the last assigned agent. It is possible that in the middle of a conversation, the user requests to talk to an agent of a different area. So we have the concept of transfers in the ACD2. What it does is just masquerades as the old agent to leave the room and joins another agent that he picks or that it picks from the target option in the transfer. Finally, when the conversation ends, the ACD resolves the chat and performs the operation over the room that I told you about making the agent leaving the room, sending state events for reports purposes, and sending the message to the customer to say this chat has ended. And that's it. If the user texts again, we don't have to do the chat room setup anymore because the chat is reused. The history of the customer is always there. And just the cycle starts all over again. Well, two main components of the contact center are queues and agents. Queues are just groups of agents of a specific area. For example, the sales queue, the customer service queue, the technical support queue. And the ACD has endpoints to handle the queues, to create queues, delete queues, add agents to queues, or remove agents from queues. The ACD also handles the operations of the agents over each one of the queues, like login, logout, pause, and unpause. Okay, guys, now I'm going to show you a short example of the ACD in action. I'm going to write from this WhatsApp number. Let's say I'm a customer from some of the companies we have. So let's say something here. Hopefully this is going to work. And as you can see, the menu flow presents me the options available in this company. The supervisor user here is invited to all chats that are created in the platform. That's an option that can be enabled or disabled anytime using the configuration file. The ACD has a long list of options that are in a YAML configuration file. So the supervisor users always have a list of active chat rooms in the list of chat rooms here. Okay, if I pick option 3, I'm just going to receive a text message with the business hours of the company. And if I go back and I pick sales, the ACD is going to assign me an agent. This time is Darwin. Let's say this is the agent interface. I don't know if this is Darwin. Yes. And I can see here my assigned chat. Okay. This is an automatic message that the ACD sends when it finds an agent and assigns the agent to the chat. And I can start just texting with the customer here. Or let me do something here very fast. I need another agent. I forgot to log in the agent at first. Okay. Sorry, it took longer than it should. This is agent 2. Okay. Let's say I need an agent from support, so I'm going to write I have a problem. From the agent interface here, I see the message that the customer sent me, and obviously this customer needs to talk to someone in the technical support team. So I'm going to use this option here for transfers. I can transfer to a specific agent or general queues. So I'm going to use the queue support here. And what the ACD does, as you can see here, is to join a new agent from the other queue, the support queue, and acts as Darwin to leave the room. I can see here in Daniel's interface that I got this new chat, and I can interact with the customer from this point on, because Darwin is not here anymore. Okay, when the conversation ends, let's say these two persons tested a lot of messages, I can use the resolve chat here. I can resolve the chat with or without the message to the customer. Let's send a message to the customer. And I am not in the chat anymore. And the customer gets the ending chat message. The supervisor is always, the supervisor leaves the room too when the agent is resolved, because the supervisor only has the list of active chat messages all the time in this list. Okay, that was a fast example of how the ACD works. Let's continue. Yes, and to finish, I want to tell you about what we are working on right now. We want to have an advanced chat in queuing because we want to have a limited number of chats per agent. Right now, we distribute the chat without taking into account how many chats the agent is handled at a certain point. So we want to have like a queue that only distributes the chat when the agent's, let's say, spots are available, but without giving the agent more than a limited number of chats. We also want to implement new distribution strategies. Right now, we just have like a linear distribution strategy. So in some cases, it is more useful to have different distribution strategies, like assigning the chat to the agent with the fewest assigned chats or the oldest assigned chats, or using a random strategy, something like that. We are exploring that option too. And we really want to have a more complete report module. Right now, we have a dashboard with some basic reports, and the information of that reports are grabbed from a Synapse database, just from there. But we really need to have a more complete set of reports. We want chat reports, agent reports, transfer reports, chat timelines with status changes, and a lot more. So we are building our own database, and we have designed a lot of events that the ACD publishes when some things happens in the chat that interest us. So we are working on that. We are using Jetstream as a message broker to add a persistence of the message, to add acknowledge and retrying of the events in case the service gets down or something like that. And we also are working on the service that listen the events and feed the database that we are going to use later to build the reports we want. And the events we are implementing in the ACD will also enable us to have a real monitoring interface for the supervisor, so he can see all the time what is happening with the contact center in terms of chat. So that's it, guys. Thank you for listening. If you have any questions, please let me know. Yes, that's what we wanted to share in this talk.
Thank you. Do we have questions?
First of all, thanks you for the interesting talk. I found the project very interesting. I wanted to ask, how does the queuing work? So like as I started from the demo, like there's a small group called sales that the agents are inside it, or like join this group. So it's just like saying which agent is online and assigning the chat to that agent, or is it like another way, not very clearly in the demo, shown in the demo or something?
Okay, queues are just rooms, matrix rooms, simple matrix rooms. The also availability of an agent is composed of the agent being online. No, that's not true. That's not true, because the agent can close the interface and not being online. Our first version used that presence from Matrix, but not anymore. We have an ACD database, and every time an agent logins, we mark the agent at his login, and the agent has to be on pause too, because the agent can pause and unpause. If the agent is logged in and unpaused, that means the agent is available to assign a chat. The ACD knows who agents are in what queue, because we just query. We just get the agents in the room, the members of the room. So that's a simple concept there, just matrix rooms.
Okay.
Thank you for the talk and also for the demo. Very interesting. I did not understand what the performance issue was with kicking people from a room and why Masquerading as a user solved this. Can
Okay.
you explain that again?
Yes, of course. Kicking the agents, the rooms from which a user is kicked. We did a lot of experiments with that, so I can say it for sure. The rooms where a user is kicked are taken into account in the sync process. When a user logins, the sync process, I don't know what he does, but the history of the rooms where the agent has been kicked are included there. But when a user leaves the room, different from being kicked, are not taken into account in that sync process.
Do you have an idea why that is the case? Like for me, both rooms would be left rooms, and I don't understand why they would be synced.
We tried to debug signups at that time, and we just saw that there were very long queries, SQL queries there. And we tried to debug it and change them, and we couldn't find the way to solve that. That's why we opened the issue, and somebody mentioned, hey, you should leave the room instead of kicking the agents. And that's how we went, that was the way we decided to go. And that worked, but we needed an application service that was able to masquerade as the user to leave the room, because as I told you, we couldn't let the agent to leave the room themselves. We needed to have control over that.
Sure, thank you.
Hi.
Hi.
Thank you for the presentation. I'm curious how you deal with the GDPR question. Does the user know the history of where his message will be? Is the rooms are encrypted? What happened to the history of messages, etc.? Thank you.
Can you say that again, please? We don't have encryption. We don't have encryption in the contact centers. The rooms are not encrypted. Any of the rooms. What was the first part?
The GDPR question. For example, I'm a user. I send a message in WhatsApp.
Yeah.
I don't want my message to be somewhere else. You know, I just GDPR question. How you deal with this? With GDPR.
GDPR.
Does not apply in Colombia.
What is
Okay.
GDPR? I don't know.
You can explain it.
Oh.
Yeah, General
Wait,
Data
like
Protection
privacy
Act
policy
is
and the
GDPR is a European law that requires some privacy.
Ah, okay.
But yeah, you might not care about it as you are not based in the European Union.
We don't have customers in Europe. All of our customers are mostly from Colombia, some in South America, not in Europe. But we do have, most of our customers, the first message the end user receives is like, do you accept the data policy we have, and a link to the data policy document? And if the user accepts, so the bot continues the conversation. If the user says, I don't accept, so the chat ends there, and we just don't follow the conversation anymore. So we have kind of that, but not like maybe not that strict like here in Europe.
Thank you.
Any more questions?
Any more questions?
Looking at the stream. No questions from the stream.
Okay.
Last call. Oh, there's one after all. Great.
So in case the customer started a conversation, okay, then have ended this conversation, he came back to this conversation again. So how do you manage it? Do you actually redirect him to the same queue, or to the same agent? Can the new agent see the old history, or is it considered a new chat?
No, it's always the same chat. If the end user writes from the same number, WhatsApp number, let's say, the history is always there. In fact, that is a thing we needed because when a new agent receives the chat, he needs to know what happened with the chat in days before to help the customer service to know what the user wrote before about and that stuff. So yes, when a new agent joins the room, he can see the history. That was something we needed, actually.
Okay, a last call for any questions. Okay, thank you, Diana.
Thank you, guys. Thank you very much.
And we continue here on the main stage at 3:30 with Benedict talking about Trixnity, the multi-platform and multi-purpose Matrix SDK. See you in 15 minutes.
Kann losgehen? Gut. Gerne.
Hello, main stage. Are you still awake? Yeah, sort of. Are you still awake? Okay. We are ready for the next talk on the main stage. I am here together with Benedict, who will tell us about Trixnity, a multi-platform SDK for Matrix. And I will just hand over to you. You have the stage.
Thank you. Okay, let's start. Who am I? I'm Benedict. I'm a privacy and IT security enthusiast, and I have nearly 5 years of development and admin experience in Matrix. And my first steps I made with app services in Matrix with Java Spring Boot, and that evolved to Trixnity. Yeah, I'm the maintainer of Trixnity. At the moment, it's mostly me alone, so if you have time and look for a cool open source project, here's one. And yeah, I'm one of the founders of Connect2X. And we are developing Timmy, a TI messenger for the medical sector in Germany, and we are hiring. So if you want to get paid, if you are working with Trixnity or Trixnity Messenger, then come to us. Yeah, what is Trixnity? Trixnity is a Matrix SDK, and it's multi-capable. That means you can use it in clients, in bots, in app services, and also for server development or everything in between. For example, a server proxy. For example, we used it to implement a TI Messenger proxy, which sits in front of a Synapse and proxies some stuff with the rule engine. Yeah, and Trixnity is multi-platform. That means you can run it on the JVM, so the Java world, on JS in the browser, or on Node.js if you want, on native platforms like iOS, but also on Linux if you want to as binary. And soon we will add WebAssembly support, which can also run in the browser or on a server. All these features we get with Kotlin. And we also have a high test coverage. We have integration tests that test the SDK with the Synapse, and we have a few thousand unit tests. The license is Apache 2, so everyone can use it, contribute it, and that's the website that we launched a few months ago with some more documentation than in a README of the repository. Yeah, the question is why another SDK? We've had so many SDKs, JS SDK, Rust SDK, but back in January 2020, when I began to implement stuff with Matrix, there were only a few multi-platform SDKs to choose from. There was the Dart SDK, and in the early beginning, also the Rust SDK, but they didn't fulfill my needs. Because mostly there is no strict typing, for example, in the JavaScript SDK, but that is more because of the language JavaScript, not the reason why the SDK is der Grund dafür. And yeah, the extensibility is difficult. So if you want to have custom events, and you also want them typed, then you have got problems. Yeah, and every SDK has a unique purpose, one for client development, one for server development, one for bot development, and so on. And I wanted to have one SDK for everything, so you can build on Matrix with one tool and not with 3 different tools. And why Kotlin? Because it is statically typed programming language. It compiles to many platforms. You have common code between the platforms, but you can also have platform-specific implementations. So if you are very on low level and want to implement some crypto stuff, you can use the crypto implementation of the target. So in the in the browser, for example, JS Crypto, or on iOS, Crypto Core, on the JVM, the crypto stuff. And you have access to it from Kotlin. You don't have to switch the programming language. You write in one language, have access to native API, and so on. And you can use libraries of these platforms. So you have access to Maven libraries, to NPM libraries, to C libraries, and can use them from Kotlin, as said. And Kotlin allows you to create your own DSLs, but I come later to it, why it can help. Yeah. Let's start with the architecture. We have the core layer. And in the core layer, there is all the modeling and typing stuff for all the event types that are specified in the matrix specification, and how it is serialized, deserialized, and so on, and some basic stuff that is important for a matrix SDK. Yeah, and this core layer allows you to add custom events. So for example, here I added a m.room.cat event, and cat event content is the Kotlin type. So you have typing when you use this event content in your SDK. You don't have to look into JSON objects. You have IDE completion, and you can be sure that the event contains that is typed. On top of the core, we have the 3 different APIs that the matrix spec defines. The client-server API, the server-server API, and the application-server API. And each API is split into 3 modules. We have the model module, where we have all the typing again for all the endpoints. So a create room, for example, a leave room. We have a request that is typed. We have the endpoint that is typed. And in the response, in this case, it is unit. It gives an empty JSON. But this is implemented in the model. So you can use it on client and on server. You don't have to implement it twice. And that looks like this on the client side. If you use the low-level API without abstraction, you can create these leave room Kotlin object and say, hey, send this request, and you get a response with the correct type. And same on the low-level server side. When you find an endpoint, which type you need, and can handle the request and response with the Kotlin object, and you get a Kotlin object, and so on. But to make it a bit easier, there is also a high-level implementation, though, so you can call rooms API client.leave room with some parameters, or you implement on the server an interface, so you don't have to remember which endpoints are there. You have to implement the whole interface, the whole API. Then we have all the crypto stuff. There is crypto core on the low level. We have wrappers for libOlm, the C library, and on top of that some higher level crypto stuff for decryption, encryption, and so on. And the crypto core uses native implementation for random, AES, CTR, HMAC, and so on. And these use really native implementations. So we don't have one common library like OpenSSL for all platforms. We use the existing implementation on each platform. And yeah, the TrixCityOlm with the libOlm wrapper in Kotlin via JNA, JS via WASM, and native via C interop features of Kotlin. We package the libOlm libraries, so you don't have to manage or build the libOlm library. It comes with the SDK. And it is long planned and on a to-do list, but very on the end of the to-do list, we want to migrate to Vodo Seemag, and started already by implementing bindings for UniFFI. UniFFI is the tool that the Rust SDK also uses to create bindings for other languages. And yeah, I also implemented a UniFFI binding for Kotlin multi-platform, but the JS support is not there, so it's paused this project. And as also said, Trixity Crypto uses key management, encryption, decryption of events. Yeah, not so important. Yeah, yet now comes the interesting stuff. A bit higher level, we have Trixity Client, and this is an implementation where all the high-level stuff is happening. So room list is created, a timeline is created, a matrix client with repositories, media store, and all that stuff that you have to manage to create a client and to load a client, to sync to the server, save stuff to the database, and so on. And it contains most of the features of Matrix 1.7. We have an exchangeable database, an exchangeable media store. It has an extremely fast reactive cache on top of the database. E2E is included. Everything is reactive, notification, thumbnail generation, and so on and so on. So a very wide SDK. We implement many features. As I said, we have exchangeable media stores. That means you can define where the media is saved. So mostly it uses a file system on desktop. On Android, on iOS, you save the file you receive and you load the file to show it to the user. But for JS, we need IndexedDB because there is no file system. And for testing, we also have in memory. Now I came to the cache and how I accidentally created it. The challenge when we started was we want to have a UI with reactive data. So when a username changes, we want that the UA sees this change. Also when the timeline event is redacted or edited or a reaction is added to a timeline event, we want all this reactive stuff to the UI. But the problem, we don't want to stick to one database. We want this exchangeable. But not all databases implement some listeners, so you get also changes that were made from another part of the application. For example, if a new event comes from the sync, you have to find a way how you can propagate this change to the UI. And the solution was to create an intermediate layer based on Kotlin flows. And so if you read a value from the database, from the UI, so the UI says, give me this timeline event, then you get a flow. And the flow is an abstraction of changing values. So you get a starting value, and over the time, you get a change. And these flow can also be, oh sorry, Faden verloren. Sorry. If the sync writes changes to the database, it looks into the cache. Is there someone who listens to this flow? And if so, then propagate these changes into the flow. And if you are calling flows very often, you don't want to make a database call every time because this is not very performant. So if you're switching to rooms, you don't want that the timeline is every time allotted from the database, hundreds of events in worst case. So we keep the values for a bit for 10 seconds or 30 seconds in memory. So if you access the same same value in the cache, you get the value that is also already there. Yeah, that's the cache, sorry. Yeah, as said, everything is reactive. We have flows everywhere, so you can get all users and get a flow of room users. You can check if you have the right to invite a user. There's also a flow with the Boolean, because it can happen that you don't have the power in the next moment to invite someone because the power levels has changed. And this is for all the APIs in Trixity, and there are many. These are only some examples. And this cache is on top of the database layer, and this database layer, because we have this reactive cache that is listening to changes that are also written to it, we can also exchange the database. And we have a lot of them. We have an SQL-based database via Xpost. You can use SQLite or H2 or Postgres if you want on a client. Why? But this is only for JVM-based targets. You can use Realm via Realm Kotlin. There you get also iOS, for example. And for JS, we have IndexedDB, and we have a community contribution for Android X Room that uses SQLite under the hood. And for testing also in memory. Yeah. Then Trixity does things anders als andere SDKs, es tut mir leid, differently than other SDKs. Other SDKs and clients use the fragments they get from the sync. So if you sync events from the server, you get a bunch of events, 10 to 20, and you save them as chunk to the database. And when the next sync comes, you link these chunks together. And there may also be a gap, because the time has... there was a time gap. So you have also a timeline event gap if there were many messages. And in Trixity, we have another approach. Each timeline event links to the next and the before timeline event. So in fact, this is also a flow. So not a flow as a time-changing value, but a flow as a location-changing value. So if you get the flow of the timeline of a room, you get T0, T1, T2, T3, and so on. And gaps are filled on the fly. So you don't have to worry about that you need to fetch. This is done by the flow under the hood and lazily. So only if you request the next event of the flow, then a database call or a cache call or a request to the server is done. And this helps to link upgraded rooms. So if you are using Trixity, you don't see room upgrades because they are linked invisible. So if you start from T3 and scroll back in your client, the timelines are merged because it is one flow that is just evolving to its start to the create event content of room 1 in this case, because room 2 has a link to room 1 and so on. Yeah, here you see the DSL, the domain-specific language. This is not very helpful if you implement a client, but if you implement a bot or something, then you have a very readable DSL to react to timeline, to events. So in this example, we can send the text pong and reply to the timeline event that sent ping. And there are also reactions or redactions and so on. There are many projects using Trixity, and these are the ones I know about. I also know there are some commercial projects that using Trixity, but they don't seem to be they don't want to talk about it. I don't know. There is a Spotify control bot. You can send events to start your music, stop your music. There's the Mensa bot. Mensa is a German word, I think. Yeah, and many others. And there's also Timmy. That's what Michael presented back there. But this is not open source, so I leave it for now. And yeah, the coolest thing, also a community contribution I saw the last few weeks was Smorg. And Smorg is the messenger implementation using Trixity from Konstantin. It is also multi-platform. It runs on desktop, on Android, and on iOS, and on web. Everything is Kotlin. Nearly 99% of the code UI is UI code is with the framework written in with the framework Compose Multi-Platform. And yeah, I have a little demo. This is the web version, the Android version, and the desktop version. And yeah, you can open large rooms on every client. The web version is very experimental because Compose Multi-Platform web is not alpha or beta yet, but it works and it's very fast, I think. Yeah, I'm proud of it because it's the first open source messenger project built on Trixity. It has cross-signing and all that stuff. It's in very early stage, but a good example how to use Trixity and how easy it is to use Trixity. Yeah, one more thing. You saw that was the architecture I showed before, and today we released Trixity Messenger as open source project. And this is an SDK on top of Trixity, which exposes view models for use. So you even have to do the low-level stuff like evaluating a flow and a timeline flow. You just get a view model and you say, okay, I want 10 elements or 20 elements and so on, or I'm scrolling up, or I want to delete this message and so on. This is all done in a view model that you can implement. The routing is included, so at the end, you only need a very, very thin UI layer where you make your UI, where you call Trixity Messenger if you click a button and ask Trixity Messenger for new values. Yeah, it's AGPL, it's open source for now, from now on, and have fun. I hope we see a messenger soon using Trixity Messenger. Thank you very much. Contact us for questions.
Congratulations for open sourcing Trixity Messenger.
Thank you.
Yeah, applause. I guess we have some time for questions right now. So if there are any questions in the room, I'm happy to hand over the mic. The crowd is baffled.
Sorry for the gap in the middle.
You have a question, perfect.
Hi, Benedict. Thank you very much for the talk. We, in the company, in Econo, we are trying to build an embedded web client for Matrix. Do you think it would be a good case for using a Trixity SDK and the things around Trixity?
Sure, you can use it. It depends on the tools you are using. If you're using Kotlin, it's very easy. If you are using JavaScript, you need some little bindings and JS export, but it is also possible, yes. I think Trixity Messenger would be a good start because it is an abstraction on top of Trixity client. and you need less knowledge about the low-level matrix stuff if you're using Trixity Messenger.
Okay, thank you very much.
Hello. If I understood correctly, you implemented some native cryptographic primitives like SHA-256, AES. Why did you went that way?
The last sentence?
Why did you decide to do it? Implementation of the native cryptographic primitives.
Because we needed to decrypt some stuff and do cross-signing.
Why not use existing?
What would be an existing OpenSSL, or?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, we could have used OpenSSL for all targets, but I'm not sure if it is possible to use it in the web. It was just easier because if you use, for example, OpenSSL, you have to ship the binary, and this is make a larger package, and some other things like you have to update it and so on.
Okay, thank you.
Actually, we ship it for Linux and Windows targets, the OpenSSL, but it is statically linked in the SDK, so no external library.
Okay. I have a question, actually. You just said you open source Trixity Messenger. Is it also available as a binary? Is it on the Play Store? Is it on the App Store? Is it on F-Droid? Is it on the Windows Store?
You can see Trixity Messenger as a headless messenger. Because it's also a SDK and it has no UI. You have to build the UI.
Okay.
The UI is, for example, Timmy, our product in Connect2X. Yeah, as said, maybe there is someone that want to implement this tiny layer on top of Trixity Messenger, and then we have a messenger using Trixity that is open source.
Awesome. More questions? Let me look quickly at the Matrix room. If you're on stream, please remember, if you have questions, to go to the Matrix room general for the Matrix Community Summit and post your questions for any talks on this stage.
Thanks for the talk as well, and I also think like the general structure looks super smart. Like I really like what you presented, and I was wondering, with all the tricks like using native implementation for the encryption stuff, for example, how big a binary would be? Like not a binary, just the binary part from the SDK. Of course, the thin UI layer, of course, is a couple of megabytes as well. But
I heard from someone in an issue of Trixity that for iOS it's 27 megabyte, but I'm not sure why it's so large. They are also not sure if it is Trixity or if there is another library. Yeah, we have to find out. But on the JVM, we have on Android, Timmy is around 100 megabyte large, but Compose alone uses 30 megabyte because they ship Skiko, that's the rendering library for Canvas. Yeah.
But in generally, this sounds like there's a quite large discrepancy for what target you build. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Yes, that's expected.
It depends on the target. Yes. For example, on Windows and Linux, OpenSSL is shipped as well, and this adds a few megabyte, I think.
Okay, am I missing anybody else? Last call for questions. If not, I would say thank you, Benedikt, for presenting Trixity. And right now, if you are very, very fast, you can still head over and catch the start of the session. Show us your home server with Valentin in the backstage. And if not, then we continue here on the main stage in 15 minutes at 4 o'clock and 15 minutes with federated calendars from Moritz.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen. To be honest, that was for me the talk when it was submitted to the conference system. The talk I was most keen on watching it because because it is a topic it annoys me since decades now, and it is that calendars actually suck. And now you promised you will come up with a proposal to make them at least less suck.
Suck less, yeah.
Suck less, or maybe even fun. So this is Moritz and Fabi telling us a proposal about how to solve the calendar mess over Matrix. Give him a round applause. Thank you. Stage is yours.
Thank you. Yeah. Hi, everyone. We have a little talk prepared about doing calendars over Matrix. And first of all, who are we? My name is Moritz. I'm a full-stack developer. This is Fabian. He's a full-stack developer. We met at University for Computer Science a couple years back, and we actually started a company together called BitBetter in Hamburg, Germany, and we do all kinds of software development. If you want to hire us, please feel free for Matrix or any other kind of work. So back to the topic. Well, they're talking about calendars and Matrix. There is an old MSC, actually, that I just also talked to Matthew about it, that has been around for, I don't know, 8 years or something. And that kind of had a little different focus, I think. The idea in that MSC was just displaying events within a room and just saying, hey, community event happening, you're going to go or you're not going to go. And it has been abandoned for 8 years, so not much happened there. Our focus is a little bit different, or a little bit bigger, I would say. We want to solve, or well, not solve the problem, that would be kind of ambitious, but we know that shared calendar sucks, as Jan says, and they suck because it's hard to do shared calendars between people on different kind of infrastructure. So if you're within your company and everybody's on the same Exchange server, or you are all Google users or whatnot, then it's okay, you can do shared calendars, but it's kind of hard to do it across infrastructure boundaries. And that sucks, and we're federating everything, so why don't we federate calendars? I guess that's the question or the motivation we had. Yeah, Matrix could potentially solve this problem. Because it gives us things like federation, encryption, and user management. And we already have Matrix infrastructure out there in the wild, right? So why don't we use an existing Matrix server to also host calendars and not just messages between users?
Yeah, so the first idea was, of course, in Matrix, everything is a room. So basically, we thought, okay, every calendar might be a room. And yeah, the mappings are pretty easy as well. As Moritz already told, we can use the users from Matrix. And yeah, the last thing we need is the event, in calendar event. And that's matched pretty good to a message. So yeah, it was like a perfect solution for our problem. The only thing that might be a little thing is that we don't want, like Moritz said, to integrate the calendars into the chat application. So we need maybe another room type or something to yeah, differentiate between calendar rooms and message rooms. So yeah, after we had the idea, we thought about what we have to do to make this like a competitive calendar application. And our goals were like, first of all, we need to define a format for the yeah, for the interaction with Matrix, and we needed to build an MVP with like an own client for the calendar, for creating calendars and sharing them and stuff like that. And we need to build a CalDAV bridge because everybody uses his own calendar application and everybody talks CalDAV. So yeah, first like invade into CalDAV and take over after that. If the format gets bigger and bigger, maybe some clients will implement our format, but first of all, we need to implement CalDAV. We change back.
Also we didn't want, we just talked to Matthew, which was a little humbling because he also has experience in calendaring. Of course he has. And we don't, so we are approaching this very naively. But the thing that I guess is a good idea is we didn't want to reinvent the wheel. So we did not want to start defining our own calendar format. That would be probably very bold thing to do. So we just want to replace stuff that's already there, like replace CalDAV with Matrix for synchronization and federation, and also replace iCal with JS Calendar for sanity, basically. So JS Calendar, for the people who have never heard about it, it's a very unfortunate name, I think, because it sounds like JavaScript calendar. And if you Google it, you will find a ton of JavaScript libraries that are called like that. But it's actually short for JSON Calendar, I think. And it's an IETF proposal for a calendar format that's supposed to fix a lot of the stuff that makes iCal kind of not very nice. It has been proposed by the company Fastmail, and it's to be used as part of the JMAP standard, which is their kind of successor to IMAP. So it has hopefully some commercial power behind it. And it actually looks pretty to be pretty cool and kind of fix the problems that iCal had in regards to mostly time zones and recurring events. I feel this is kind of the thing that they focused on. So yeah, these are the two kind of technologies that we try to use for this, and maybe we just need to plug them together in a nice way, and hopefully that works. I don't know, we'll see about it. Anyway, yeah, so...
Yeah. So that's...
No, that's mine as well. Sorry.
Oh.
So if you've never looked at a JS calendar event, we can see it right here. So this could be an example for a Matrix event containing a calendar event. It's abbreviated, so this is not complete. There will probably be more stuff in it. And it's just a very light wrapper around JS Calendar. So everything you see under the content key is basically a raw JS Calendar event. It's about as minimal as it can be, I guess. Well, it's kind of self-explanatory. The standard is much more extensive. You can add all kinds of things and recurring stuff, whatever. But this could be the basic idea. We just wrap a JS Calendar thing in a custom Matrix message type. Then a calendar would consist of an amount of these events, like a big set of these events. We thought about, so we had an idea about that we might only do, if we want to edit these events or do any kind of operations with them, we might maybe only do create and delete operations, but after talking to Matthew, it seems like a bad idea, so it's kind of a little, already iterated on that. The second thing that we're trying to do, or that we probably need to do to show that this is viable, is build like a little Matrix calendar client, like an MVP. And we might pick an existing Matrix client boilerplate, maybe Hydrogen or Element, haven't really decided on that, and put an existing calendar UI library on top of it. There's a very popular one called Full Calendar. This is also the one that you can see in applications like Nextcloud, etc. So I think it's pretty extensive, and it has all the capabilities that we need. And maybe we can plug them together and get like a little prototypey calendar Matrix client together. But obviously, this is not going to, people don't want to change the application that they use. You can't bring everyone to use a specific application if they want to use this. So we need to be somewhat compatible to the existing world out there, which is... oh no, sorry, I skipped something. So this is obviously, building this kind of client is challenging because we get a stream of events within a Matrix room, and we need to aggregate the stream of events into like a state that we can put into our UI and display it to the user. This kind of aggregation logic is a little tricky, I guess, and there's multiple ways to do it. We got some feedback from Matthew, thanks for that, but we're also interested in any other feedback. I guess multiple people have done that before. We're not the first coming across this problem, transferring a stream of events into one consistent state that we can then plug into a user interface or something. This might lead to performance problems, maybe sometime, maybe we're also over-engineering it. Maybe calendars just never get that big that it's a problem, but we should definitely think about how to do that efficiently so that it doesn't take, too much time or doesn't waste your kind of memory on the server or whatever. So it should be performant, ideally. And we also need to watch out for, oh, sorry, I forgot that. We also need to watch out for conflicts. This is a synchronization problem. Basically, you might have two users editing the same event or even just the event title, and you want to handle this in a good way, meaning, I don't know, nothing gets lost ideally, but potentially something must get lost, and then, you need to think about what kind of logic you want to apply there. And yeah, it should be nice as well. Like if you want to at least gain some traction, it shouldn't look completely ugly. And I mean, we can't compete with existing big calendar applications. We're not going to reinvent Apple Calendar or something, but it should at least be, something that looks nice and is actually usable for a small kind of MVP thing.
Yeah. We also spent some thoughts about the bridging already. So, as we said, we need a bridge to CalDAV to get the users who are using native calendar applications. And the thing is, we can use, the reasons are, we don't want to force people, of course, to use a new tool. And yeah, later on, eventually, calendar apps will integrate metrics, but for now, I think we don't have a chance to force them to do. And yeah, that's the reasons. So yeah, we need to deal with authentication, and we thought about that and thought that the Matrix ID might be a good username for authentication, but it would be like a security problem to use the Matrix credentials to log in, because we don't know the application, like the native application someone uses, and we don't know if everybody wants to host their own bridge or if there would be a general bridge. So yeah, we thought that the bridge needs to create own passwords for the users who wants to connect with CalDAV. And on the other side, on the Matrix side, we think an app service would be overcomplicated. So we're just going by a bot user and just invite the bot user to the calendar room. Oh, sorry. And yeah, so if you have like a room that shall be totally encrypted from end to end, you just don't invite the CalDAV bot, and if you know the risk of like decrypting it to a bridge and send it over by CalDAV, you just invite the bot. Yeah, back to you.
Yeah, also coming back to the motto of the T-shirts, there's an MSC for that. We were asking ourselves, because there used to be an MSC, whether we actually need that, and well, the whole aggregation logic, like the heavy lifting, actually needs to, or probably needs to happen on the client due to encryption. So I don't think there's much, or maybe there can be something in the future that's optimized, but for now, I think we can do that on the client. So for now, there's no server changes necessary. Everything's client-side logic. So I think from this standpoint, we can basically get to building that. There's nothing we need to create for it. Maybe if we come down with a message format that everyone likes, that could be moved into a standard sometime and could be used for other things as well, like the original MSC of just pitting these events into a room, into a regular like message room or something. But for now, I don't think there's anything that touches the standard right there, and we can basically start this experiment if we want to. So. As we said, this is a proposal, or this is just an idea, a very rough idea, and We are looking for funding to do this. We might apply to some of the known funding sources for this. Like we've done a Matrix-related project with the Prototype Fund before. We might apply there as well, or see if we can find some other money sources, and then maybe get this started. Hopefully, if it works out, we might also do it in our free time, but this will probably have a different speed then, or a different priority. If you want to follow this thing, or if you're interested in it, or if you want to give us feedback, which is one of the reasons why we present it here, we would love your feedback. As I said, this is very naive. If you've experience with that, if you have criticism, or you think this is a good idea, please approach us directly, or raise your hands, or join our room and give us feedback there. We would really love to have feedback because, as we said, this is the first time we're veering into the whole calendaring space, and there's probably people who know more about this than we. All right?
Yeah. Thank you very much.
This is it. Thanks. Anyone got feedback right away? Matthew. Oh, yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to say this is really, really, really cool, and precisely what we were hoping somebody would do with calendaring over Matrix back in, I think, 2018, when Halfshot did the first old MSC, and I kind of shot it down and said, no, you should do something like this. And he said, oh, okay, and kind of backed off. So really, really cool to see it happening now. From a funding perspective, this surely should be in the sweet spot for NLNet, or Prototype Fund, or one of the NGI zeros.
These are the two ones that we already were thinking of, but maybe somebody has any other ideas.
Well, ideally, the Matrix Foundation would have lots of big corporate donors who go and put money in, which we could then redistribute to worthy projects like this, but we're not quite there yet.
I feel like this is also could be, I mean, if this is done right, this could be very commercially interesting to some companies who are already using Matrix. So it could be a nice addition to their existing products or future products or whatever.
Yeah, in fact, it might be worth talking to people like BWI, who are obviously investing a lot into the Matrix ecosystem, and I'm sure they would be interested in calendaring over Matrix. In terms of the technical implementation, thinking a bit more about it, if you used room state to index the beginning of the various events in the room, and you just go and download all of the room state atomically, it's obviously could be like a megabyte or possibly 10 megabytes of JSON or whatever, but frankly that's peanuts relative to joining a room with 100,000 people in it, because you're never going to have 100,000 calendaring events in a room. And then you can use aggregations to track the progression of the events as people accept, reject, edit the recurrences. And no, those strings can get big, like 50, 100 events in a row, but you can use the aggregations API to navigate through them and aggregate them, plus they can be end-to-end encrypted in the timeline. So you said earlier in one of the slides that you don't want to aggregate server-side because it's encrypted. I would argue this is precisely what the aggregation API is meant to do, that you can have Megom encrypted human-facing contents, but the metadata of which event updates another event, which isn't particularly sensitive, can still be exposed to the server so it can aggregate for you. So that's at least how I would do it. Key value room state pointing to encrypted but aggregated events.
Okay.
But this is really, really cool, and I wish it existed right now because it would change the world.
Yeah, we wish it was existing too, so we didn't have to build it, but here we are.
Yeah. Hello, I have a question from the stream to you.
Cool.
And that is from Carbon Budget. Says, it would be great to have E2EE for it, end-to-end encryption. I miss it myself in calendar software. Is this feasible with your approach? Sorry, mangled English. Is end-to-end encryption for this feasible?
I think so, yeah. I mean, what Matthew just said. So, I mean, if we do everything on the client side anyway, yes, totally. But even supposedly it also works if we do some kind of server-side logic. So, yes, I think it's totally doable.
Hello, thanks for the cool talk. I love this. You mentioned briefly that you didn't want calendars to show up in chat clients. Could you elaborate on why not? And did you consider maybe doing something like extensible events to make those show up as in existing clients?
Yeah, I don't think that we don't want them to show up, but ideally, I think if you want to come close to an existing use case of how people use calendaring software, they typically don't want to intermingle their messages and their calendars. Just UI-wise, it's kind of confusing to have a sideline, and some of them are messages and some of them are calendars. So you would have to separate them UI-wise somehow, and the easiest way is just to have a separate client for now. But it should totally be optional. Like if somebody wants to do that, I mean, if everything works, then you can configure, the way you want to do it. I just think from an MVP standpoint, you would want to imitate existing stuff as much as possible. So have a calendar software that only shows calendars and doesn't show messages.
I can imagine a future in which I'd like to share an event. Oh, guys, this is happening next week.
Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah. This is like what the initial MSC supposedly was mostly talking about, and that should be possible, yeah. Once we have like the message format and you send it into a message room, then obviously clients could handle it and, I don't know, pin it somewhere or show it in a sidebar or whatever.
Cool. Another thing, you probably weren't aware, but we already have a Matrix room for discussing specs for Matrix calendaring. I'll link it in the room that you just mentioned.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hi. So one suggestion, or at least something to think about, is because, for example, with recurrent events, you won't have all the events in the room. So maybe go the Trixity approach and have either an SDK or layer that feeds digested data for clients, because otherwise you'll have to do all the logic for presenting these things on whoever wants to show these things to users. So having something in between that does the stream aggregation calculations, showing things that aren't there, just like...
So like in proxy?
I don't know, maybe something that will do this instead of a client, because if you want to have then other clients that use the same specification or the same...
okay.
Something to consider.
Okay. Yeah, thanks for the input.
Some ideas which came into my mind was have you looked into Thunderbird? Because Thunderbird already has a great calendaring software. It has a Matrix client, so and it has a CalDAV infrastructure. So maybe binding it together is worth a try, and it has a fucking huge user base. So if you would do that, then the user would actually be where they are in their Thunderbird client. So that was one thing. Then the other one, have you looked into widgets? I am not quite sure, but there were some calendaring or event widgets out there. Wasn't there one from... What?
There's of course one from us from Nordic, but I'm thinking about already, not had a question in mind, but it's a little bit of a different approach. We have a calendar bot and a widget to create meetings. The meeting that we create itself then is a room. So this is somehow a bit of a different use case. So not sure, but we should have a talk about our experience, of course. Especially like recurring meetings, because we already struggled with these problems. Because if you dig into it, you realize that it's pretty much of front-end business logic that you need to implement if you deal with that. And we have been surprised how complex it can get.
Yeah, I can see that. But also, again, just addressing the widget thing, I think this could probably be done with widgets. Again, I think it might be more complicated than it is if we do it without widgets. And you have the same problem of like separating functionality. You might not want to have... I mean, it could work as an MVP, but as like in something you want to use every day, you might not want to have it within a widget in a room. That's just, again, very much intermingled with messages, and some people like to have it separate. But yeah, it could work as a prototype or as a demo thing or as an option. It would be great to have it, yeah.
Me again, sorry. On the widget stuff, personally, I think that you can get best of both worlds. I think the bridge approach, so that you can actually talk CalDAV from Apple Calendar or your iOS device or whatever it might be, is great, or point Thunderbird at that, rather than having to figure out how on earth to link Thunderbird's calendaring natively into Matrix. But then this is such a good example of where widgets can go and allow you to put your fancy calendaring library into any Matrix client and potentially also run standalone. There's been a lot of talk, I think, yesterday about the idea of having a really lightweight widget host that just gives you enough of a Matrix client and hooks into OIDC, etc., to be a standalone app, as well as then working when you embed it inside Element or Element X, which should get widgets very soon in order to support embedding Element Cool. And it's the same kind of thing. Rather than putting dedicated VoIP stuff into an app like Element, embed Element Cool. Likewise, rather than a calendar, go and embed this one too. Also, in terms of sharing information about an event versus actually having a calendar, you should be able to do both. Like, one is a subset of the other, and we already have that today with iCal.ics, things that describe an event, versus CalDAV being the entire lifetime of a calendar, and you should basically get it for free. One's a subset of the other. Yep. And then finally, to Milton's point, if you use aggregations to basically chart the lifetime of an event, the way that CalDAV or something works is that somebody creates an event, and then other people propose updates to it, which are effectively edits. It needs to get resolved somehow as you merge in people saying accept, or they try to rechange the recurrences they don't have permission to. I mean, that's the actual calendaring server bit of it, which is the murky bit, which is not quite handled here. But if you still use plain old matrix edits all the way through, semantically, that's what's happening. Somebody posts a message, other people try to edit it, so you need to change it so other people can edit it. And it kind of evolves over time, whether it's actual edits or a different type of relation. I know, it could be basically, in fact, that's the way to do it, a custom calendar mutation event or aggregation. It's not literally an edit, but it's basically a thread of changes that happen to it. And then the most recent event at any time, whether that's generated by a bot or by the sort of people layering on top of it over time, all you need as a user is to grab the most recent version of that event ID. So you can use Matrix to do the aggregating for you. So the thing that you pass into the UI is literally what is the most recent edit of this horrible chain of people arguing about the state of this calendaring event over time.
Yeah, we saw the same thing, that this calendar brings kind of the same function, or has a lot of the same problems that messages have. So it's kind of like the problem inside of the problem. So we're imitating a lot, and maybe we try to use as much as Matrix has to offer, as much as we can, that Matrix solves with messages. We want to use as much as possible with events there. So.
But there is a problem, though, in terms of the end-to-end encryption and the role that a calendaring server would normally solve. So if somebody creates an event and they invite some humans into that room to respond to it, and one of them rejects it and the other proposes a new time for it, somebody needs to tie break and decide whether that proposal is valid. Are they allowed to propose a new one, and basically have all that application logic, which would normally be done by the CalDAV server, which can see the data. Now here, the server wouldn't be able to see the actual details because it's all end-to-end encrypted. So I think you might end up having to define a slightly different set of semantics, which the clients can solve, a bit like state resolution, where you've got Byzantine fault-tolerant people all arguing about the same calendaring event, and define the rules of how you merge it together in a consistent way. You might even want to use power levels in there in order to tie break to decide whether the admin is allowed to cancel the event or not, and that sort of thing.
Great, so rebuild state resolution. That sounds like a fun afternoon.
So for me, there was just like one additional comment I wanted to add to the whole widget thing. So I think if you consider user adoption, this is also like the least friction path you could go. Because if you make people sign up with their main Matrix account, or even ask them to create a new Matrix account to play around with your calendar situation, that's much more friction than if you just tell them, add it to a room, play around with it, give us feedback on the UX. So
yeah, true.
I guess as a first step, that definitely makes sense.
Yeah, ideally, as Matthew said, both would be possible. Then that would be optimal.
comment/question. So for the whole, both will be possible. There's also, I don't know if you've heard about the Matroshkaing approach from the JS SDK.
I've heard about it, yeah.
So basically, there's also low friction path for this, make it both possible way.
Have you also thought about coupling it with email? So like having a bridge like PostMogul? Because this is, if it is not WebDAV, it's the normal way how ICS files were sent between the different domains. So if you have a PostMogul bridge and get the email directly into the matrix room, then you can pick it up from there and transform it into some kind of event in the format you want?
Well, it seems that somehow, technically, the two things are just historically coupled, right? Emails and calendars, they go together. So maybe eventually you'll have to somehow add any kind of email functionality, but I feel this is way ahead. No, we need to get this working at all. And then, yeah, but I agree. It probably, at some time, you need to somehow connect these two.
Okay. I think you answered all the questions. You received all the comments, so
Yeah,
thank you.
thanks, everyone. Also, again, if you have anything else, put it in the channel. Thanks.
Hello, 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 ladies and gentlemen. I have to announce that Pierre is now telling us about experiments of social features in Matrix, and this will be the last of our content talks here on the main stage and in the stream. So if you have any questions about this talk or about any other topics, use the possibility to come into our room and put your feedback or questions in there. And now, Pierre, the stage is yours.
Thank you.
Maybe you get a applause from the crowd here. Okay.
All right, thank you. So I'm Pierre from Technostructures, and we had been developing the ActivityPub Bridge Kasama for a few years, and it's gonna be released at some point. But we also wanted to try stuff on the social network space, and we know we're not the only ones thinking about things that would make Matrix into a nice social network. There are other people doing things like Commune, Mindstrix, and other ones. So we just wanted to, start thinking about it, gather feedback from the community, thinking together, because if we can have platforms that are interoperable, that's obviously better. All right. So I don't have to talk that much about what's the current situation with social networks. I think Cory Doctorow's word of enshittification is very popular, and it shows that there was a lack of word to tell what people felt. So other things are pretty bad. We know that we prefer decentralized networks. Moderation and state pressure is also something. In France, for instance, it needed for the state just to ask nicely to social networks for them to remove every video of street riots. So that's something that should be avoided. One of the things that we thought would be pretty easy to do on Matrix is to use the fact that we can store any JSON to have to display them in different views, because it seems that communities could find nice to have different ways to communicate, for instance, having chats, but also forums. And we wanted to have something that is more like Twitter-like, and also a media view. One thing that we wanted to do too is the kind of reply tree that you may find on Twitter or Reddit or Hacker News. There is an MSC that is quite abundant, but we thought that it's also we wondered if we could also only use reply for that. It's also something about user experience, because we wanted to do something else than if you're used to Twitter. If you want to see the replies and you navigate to the replies and you come back and you see other replies, and so on and so forth. And on Reddit and Hacker News, they use indentation levels, which is also it's a solution. But we wondered if we could do better. Something that is pretty important and that we're still finding out how to do is how to have public posts. So for now, we're using the guest mode in clients, and it works. So you can load the page without having an account and just see the messages in the room. We are using routing with URL fragments, like Element does, so that our HTTP server serving the client doesn't know which room you're in, which is pretty important. But it's both not that good looking, and also it prevents us from doing server-side rendering, which would make it, because since we are using guest mode, the applications need to load the client, register a guest, and then it can display the event. So we are thinking that maybe we can simply have a way for people to generate URLs, and then if they use them as shared URLs, it could be faster. So there is also something about the structure of social networks that is different between Matrix and other systems like Facebook or Twitter or Mastodon, is that on Matrix everything happens in rooms, while on the other social networks you have what I like to call like a megaphone way, so that people just are shouting in a megaphone and other people may see what people say on their feed or not. So there are things that we are not the only one to think about doing, is to use rooms so that people can have a profile room, like a wall, but it also needs feeds, so that's something that we are wondering how to do. It could be special rooms that aggregate events from other rooms. And we can do it in a client. It may not be very efficient, so yeah, that's where we're at. Other important features that we'd like to do is that seem to be important if we do something like that, are private rooms, because it would make it one of a social network with private communities and encryption, which would be very nice. Moderation is an important part of social networks too, and this needs to be well done. Even forwarding would allow this kind of repost thing that we often find. Search is important too, and if we manage to bridge the social network with ActivityPub from day one, it would be very nice too. Yeah. So I wanted to talk about how using Matrix can improve on what ActivityPub does, because ActivityPub is very nice and it has brought us nice applications. But the federation is ActivityPub is managed in a different way than Matrix. And it makes it not a technical thing, but a political thing, because you have shared feeds, federated timelines, and you have moderation on your instance. So although on Matrix you don't really care which servers are federated, on ActivityPub it's important, and we think that it's part of the tension that exists between people who want to have public social networks or more private, or tension between those who want to federate with Threads, the network from Meta, and those who don't. So those are things that Matrix can improve upon. So what we've been doing is a web application. So it's built in OCaml and transpiled to JavaScript using Melange. It's pretty fun that we can build something pretty quickly because we don't have to do any backend work. We are simply building a client, and for free we have authentication and publish, subscribe things and everything. It's connected to the matrix.org right now, so that's where guests are created. That's something that we'd like to change eventually. All right. So let me do a quick demo of what we have achieved. So we have many rooms that can have a type when they are created, and we can also overload how those are displayed. This is the view that we've spent most time doing because it was a challenge, I think. So this is some kind of Twitter feed view. And this is the way that we thought about handling the reply tree. So we are simply using the fact that you can select a message and then see which one are those children which are just loaded. And upon that, we added the way to change between siblings using arrows. And we've added a way to buttons to collapse trees and this kind of things. We've added a button to do some sort of depth-first traversal, so it could be nice for back and forth conversation that sometimes happen, and it also has the way of loading siblings like that. We have a chat view, which is pretty rough at the moment. A forum view, which is even rougher. But yeah, it's going to be improved. And also a media room to see images should work. So yeah, that's what we've been doing. I'm not sure if it's something that interests people or that could work. So I'd be happy to gather feedback on that. And yeah, it's a very early stage development. So that's it. We are a non-profit. You can support us if you want. We still don't know how we are gonna manage our infrastructure, so that's something that we can have help for. Yeah, that's it.
Yes, thank you, Pierre. I'll straight go to the question in the back.
Thank you. I wonder if you are already using custom events, if you are using any custom events in what you've shown in the demo, or if it's native Matrix events.
No, those are simply messages events. So what we've seen here, it's something that also appears on Element, for instance, using threads and replies. So it stays compatible even if it's when you have users using one type of front end of user. It's probably not perfect, but it tends to stay as much compatible as possible.
All right.
There's another question.
On MSC 2836, the Twitter style threading one, it's not technically abandoned. The history on that one is that we wrote it for Blue Sky back when Blue Sky was trying to decide what protocol to use, and we wanted to demonstrate that you could build a Twitter clone on top of Matrix, and that's what Cerulean was, as a little React app that uses purely MSC 2836 to talk to Dendrite in order to render a Twitter clone UI. And we showed it to Jack Dorsey and Parag Agarwal, who was CTO at Twitter at the time. And it turned out that they wanted to build their own protocol rather than build on top of an existing thing like ActivityPub or Matrix. However, I think the MSC is pretty good.
Okay.
It's, no, it hasn't evolved because we haven't worked on it, but also because we haven't needed to work on it. The implementation in Dendrite is there and it still works. And you should be able to go to cerulean.matrix.org and play with it and see that it works today. So whilst on one hand, I really like the kind of pragmatic approach of normal threads and normal replies, and it looks based on the compatibility you just showed in Element that it works really well. I wouldn't totally dismiss the idea of 2836 because personally I think it's probably the right way to do a Hacker News or a Twitter-style free-form deep threading thing, even though it's a couple of years old. So it's not dead, it's just dormant.
Okay, the only thing I was wondering is that it only adds some kind of relationship that is almost the same as a reply relationship. So I thought it would be best to use the reply relationship since it also adds the context when you're seeing it from Element or
Absolutely. So I mean, the actual event structure is pretty much the same. The big new thing though on MSC 2836 wasn't the event format, but the navigation API, I think called /relationships from memory, which allows you to basically do a navigation of a tree structure and go say, hey, I want to get 5 messages deep and 10 messages wide, and then you kind of walk your way through the tree of messages like that in a way that matches the sort of threaded UI that you get in Twitter, where it shows you a couple of peer responses, and then you have a thread, and then some more peers and all that sort of thing. So it's more how you navigate through it if you wanted to render it as a arbitrarily deep nested UI.
Yeah, that's right.
This is really cool though.
Thank you.
More questions? have a quick look at the matrix room. See if I missed anything. Just making sure. Doesn't look like it. Perfect. So, there are no more questions. Again, thank you, Pierre. Guess that's it. Wenn Mystic mir hier das Mikrofon gibt. Super, danke sehr. Ladies and gentlemen, it is 5:30, at least on my clock. And that means for everybody to head back inside for the closing talk. Yes, we have one last talk on the main stage.
Who's giving this talk?
Yes, which is going to be presented by Mr. Incredible himself, Mr. Jan T. And I guess if you haven't met him, then you have been living under a rock for the duration of this summit, because he is one of the co-organizers. And, well, he even has been moderating this stage.
Sometimes.
Sometimes, yeah, especially stretching times out as I've been doing. But, yeah, applause.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Yes, people are still arriving from outside.
So it was a wild ride until now with this Matrix Community Summit this year. And at some point someone said, okay, come on, we need to have this call for paper out, because if we don't do it yet, then nobody can be prepared. So I said, okay, then I will put it out, and I put my talk on it, and I call it What's Next, and then I will do it at the end of the conference, and I will find out what I say. And actually I have found out, I just will talk about what have we done and where are we now with the Community Summit, and give you a short possibility or a brief overview of what's coming next in terms of events and possibilities to do something together as the community. And then as the community as it is here, and as the community which is out there. And then I also would like to say goodbye to the people out there for now, because what's next? So we are at the moment on day 3 of the Community Summit. So there is the next thing will come up is the barbecue, and I know I'm at the moment between you and the barbecue. And tomorrow there will be the hackathon, so the location will be up and running, and if you want to bring your project or want to do something, you can use the rooms here at Seabase.
Or just meet more of those excellent people around here.
Or just meet some of these excellent people around here. To sum up a bit what we actually had. We had something like 25 real talks submitted. So I don't count something like breakfast or moderation. So really content talks. There were more than 25 talks with a lot of very different topics. That was awesome. It was even more than the last summit. And I don't know the English term for it, Größenordnung. Is it magnitude? Order of magnitude. So we changed the order of magnitude in terms of people, because we now have 3 digits. So last time I looked at it, it was 105. But I also know there are some people here, they sneaked in and they never registered for a ticket. There are also some people which registered for a ticket but didn't came here. Registering for a ticket was a very interesting process for me, because it was a range of from 0 to 2,342 for paying for a ticket. And it was really interesting how each of you decided, according to their personal situation, how much they are involved, and all that, what kind of ticket you had. And I didn't have to argue with someone, this is the right or the wrong ticket. It worked really good out. And thank you for everyone who put more into the pot to make it possible for these which doesn't want or cannot put a lot of money into the pot to come here, because all of the money we had here, and we spent a lot of it on food, on the location, on a lot of stuff. We also changed the order of magnitude, because now we had a budget for that conference with 5 digits. And this was mainly possible because some of it took tickets from the very high order that were all our sponsors. So let's take a last look on the big sponsors. Bam! Yeah, so we had Actor, and we had Actor here as a sponsor, but also with a very high presence in a talk and in person from Ben over there. Is it Ben? No, it's not Ben. Where's Ben? Oh, Ben is, I think, at the barbecue. Oh, no, there's Ben. Ben, thank you for everything. He did a great job. And then we had support from Ansible. We also had some nice talks from them, from the Ansible community. And it was really awesome. They just heard, oh, there's the Matrix community thing. And I said, yeah, can we support you? And I said, yeah, of course you can. There's the ticketing list if you buy a ticket. And I said, okay, then we go for the biggest ticket. And I was like, okay. And a day later, they just bought the big media sponsor package. They said, Matrix community is cool. It helped us. We want to give something back. And so it was possible to say, okay, this time we have a media sponsor. So we will also make some media stuff and record and stream. I think we recorded something like 2.5 terabyte of video material in high quality. 2.3, okay. Oh, yeah, something like 16 hours of content, which will be released in the next couple of days. So we will prepare it in good Häppchen, small chunks, and publish it to a video platform near you.
You will probably hear about it on This Week in Matrix.
Oh, spoiler, yeah, there's actually one part, This Week in Matrix. There's a question I want to ask you. Who of you is reading This Week in Matrix on a regular basis? Okay. Who of you does not know what This Week in Matrix is? Okay, that's good. That's good. Okay, so it is like the gazette of our community, and maybe you will hear, I'm quite sure you will hear about it. And then we had Element. Element, maybe you have heard of them. They were the latest sponsor in money, but from the very beginning they supported me as I took some of my time from work to organize that. And they also sent over a lot of people from all different kinds of Europe. And also this time Matthew from Element also came here. Then we had Family. They also bought their sponsor ticket, but I think no one from Family was actually here in person until now, right? Nico! Oh! And then the Matrix Foundation. That was incredible, because in the middle of the preparation of the summit, there was this announcement that the Matrix Foundation now has a new director. And so the first thing when I was talking to the director of the Matrix Foundation was, hey, can we have some money for the Matrix community in Berlin? We want to meet there. And he was, yeah, for sure. So it was also really easy to get some financial support from there. And last but not least, I have to say Nordic was also really helpful. They were really helpful in the last year and on the last summit already, and also when the Chaos Camp came up, and then it was especially Kim who was really helpful in getting things organized and structured in the preparation. Thank you very much there. but also to the other people from Nordic, from, of course, Hato, but also from Björn, and who else is here from Ends Up, Norman and Milton. There was someone else from Nordic here. Christian, yeah. Yeah, so thank you for your support. And Marcel. Okay. So that's for the sponsors, but there's also some other people we have to thank. We have to thank the Seabase. Thank you very much. And it is about the people here, and there are some people here which helped incredibly, and also sharing their flat or their living room or their space station with us. And it is for the people here. You have to understand, there was the Chaos Camp, and that was a big mission for the Seabase. And then they came from the camp and dropped everything in there. And a week ago, I came in here, and it was all filled with a lot of stuff. And then also in the back stage, it was just used in the last 3 years as storing everything. So in the last 2 weeks, they cleaned up everything in here, that we have actually enough space here to make this summit. So, and it was a lot of effort from people you haven't seen here in the last 2 weeks to make this happen. I'm very thankful, and I'm also very thankful that this didn't lead into big trouble. So when I was cleaning up and moving things here, a lot of people came to me and said, "Oh yeah, this is good. How can I support you?" And it felt really, really good here. So a special thanks from me to the Seabase community. Oh yeah, and then there's the Datanauten, which is actually my own little company, which is the financial corpus, which is doing all that and managing it. And thanks to Nadine for supporting me also with the infrastructure and the helping hand, and with good words when it was all too stressful. Thank you very much. And the artwork, yes, the logo. And I wanted to come later to it, but actually all the graphics we have seen here and all the graphics we have seen on the logo and on the shirts, and on the stream, the Bauchbinden, were made by Nadine. And according to the t-shirts, we also have a completely, so we don't have a conference shirt. We don't have 2 conference shirts. We don't have 3. We have 4 different models of conference shirts, and one of them is also unique. So the people which try to participate in the implementation of the MSC 2997 also got a new individualized version with their own matrix ID in the back end, but not in the front end. Maybe another implementation needs to be done where the back end is also visible on the front end. We will discuss that in the GitHub issue. Okay, that's about Datanauten and the visuals. And then, of course, thank you to the Matrix community for the support in the last weeks, or also over the year, which also motivated me to do it again, but also for the lot of helping hand. Thank you very much for making this happen. Thank you for attending here, also for attending again and to bringing all the content or inviting other people and making connections. Thank you very much. Thank you, Jan. We had already that. I covered the media sponsors. That's the possibility for the team. Maybe thank you for the audience for watching our stream. It was the highest I have seen was 20 people. We will see who more people. 30 around. Okay. So, and I think it is now a good time to say goodbye to them, because we will stop the stream soon, and I would like to have a feedback session with you about the event and also about what we could do next, but maybe without the people out there, so they can then be surprised. So if anyone wants to say goodbye to the people on the stream, then maybe you can come to the stage and we say goodbye in front of this wonderful logo, and then we switch off the stream, right? So do you want to say goodbye to the audience out there? Then please come to me and join the stage.